Hi, and welcome back to another live show on Thursday nights. This is Yonci and Friends, and I am particularly excited today because it is officially fall and I get to wear fall colors. Very excited about that. Those of you who are catching this on Instagram, you can watch on YouTube. This is just a teaser to show you what you're missing. But if you come on over to YouTube, you can actually see what is being said. And you can see all my panel members who are going to be joining me. I have one right now who is backstage, ready to start some trouble. Weigh in and have a good time. Let me go ahead and move this over here. All right, let me bring him up to the stage. We got Willie in the house. On time. So nice. Hi, sir. Oh, you're muted still.
I said, hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. And I see you were the first in the comments. Very nice. Kaylee made a close second. He said being in the comments doesn't count. Oh, we got Mont here. I was wondering if he was going to be able to join us today.
Hey, what up, y'all?
What up?
Hey, guys. So, what is your favorite season? In the comments, tell me your favorite season. Mine is fall. I don't know why. I love the cool air, and I love that it's not scalding hot right now, and you get to, bust your hoodies out. What are your favorite seasons? Oh, we said the same thing. You said fall. What about you, Mont?
I'm getting older. I'm getting older, so it's starting to change. But I've always liked winter because I like to dress for winter.
Oh, and where you are is cold.
Yeah, so but I'm getting older, so the way my lifestyle changed, it might change the seasons I like.
Okay. I had somebody send something to me, and I thought it was interesting. And so I'm going to actually start with that. It's kind of like a bonus topic, but I'm going to just start with that and dive right in because it'll be interesting to see what you have to say. If you want to join the show and have your comments saved, come on to YouTube. Please don't watch here on Instagram, watch on YouTube. Hello, sir. I'm going to butcher your name, but MRSETAMAYPLE. I know you told me how to say it. We did a collaboration, but I'm going to butcher. It's good to see you. I have no idea what time it is for you in your time zone. Okay, so there was a tweet that somebody shared, and then it was on put on Instagram, and so I'm going to share it. Actually, I'll share it with you guys in the chat too, in case you want to pull it up. I found this very, very interesting. She said, you got the hoops today. Yes, I'm hooping today. She said summer, fall, and then spring in that order. Ah, okay. He said Mont is early. All right, so what I sent you was, this is a, excuse me, a tweet about women ending relationships. We always hear about women who are filing for divorce more than men. And oh goodness, Kenny, thank you. I forgot to even do the prompt. Kenny knows what time it is. Please comment your city and state so I can shout you out and say hello to you. I lost my spot. Here we go. Kenny tapped in. He's our first one to tap in. Washington, D.C. Shout out to you. I got a little excited about this topic. My bad. Okay. Yeah, you got to keep the lady happy so you don't get booted from the show. We got Washington, D.C. Willie is tapping in. He said, I see still dry cough. What's crazy is I haven't coughed all day, and then I get on the show, and now I am. So I have no idea what that's about. She said, Nashville, Tennessee. You know it. We got Houston, Texas. Hey, Houston in the house. By the way, you guys, I found out that today is the start of the NFL games. So I'm especially grateful that you are here. That's what my guy said. So is he wrong? He said that
Maybe
the Chiefs play in like 15 minutes. So I said, oh, it'll be interesting to see if anybody shows up to the show today. But he's all excited. He's in his gear. But hopefully you didn't get the schedule wrong. All right, so let me read some of these. Did you guys get that link that I sent you? Oh, we got Toronto in the house. Very nice. Thank you for tapping in, Nadine. Good to see you. Jacob, should we even dignify Jacob's comment since he's not on the panel?
No, and he's in Michigan.
I mean, not him already talking trash about the Chiefs. Goodness, we just got started, y'all. He said he's running tonight and watching football. Okay, so there's football today. All right, so here is the tweet. This lady, I guess women started sharing the reasons why they left. Hey, Lynette, good to see you, girl. They're sharing the reasons why they left. Okay, so this first one says, Ayana left her husband of 14 years. I'm assuming this is like the Ayana. Because when she went grocery shopping, she'd buy the cookies he likes and the cookies she likes. But the one time he did the shopping, he only bought the cookies he liked. It'd be the smallest thing that opens your eyes to people not really liking you. That's the first one. Now, I don't know if that's true with the Iyanla, but that's what it was said. Okay. One of the comments says, well, the caption says, men will hardly put any effort into the relationship and then wonder why women leave. I'm going to reserve my comments for after reading a couple of these. Okay, this lady said, my ex got up before me on vacation once and went to get himself a coffee. I texted him and asked him to get me an iced coffee. He texted back and said it was too late. He already left the coffee shop with his order. Then later I saw on the receipt, it was actually after we talked that he got his coffee. When I asked him about it, he got super mad and said I was controlling, psycho, etc. But eventually it came out that he doesn't like that I get a plain drip coffee, and he didn't want to buy me an expensive coffee. Keep in mind, he makes $200 an hour. Oh, God bless him. And we were literally staying at the Ritz, so it's not like we were taking food from our kids' mouths to buy coffee. It was honestly one of those moments I realized I was going to have to divorce him. All right, here's the next one. I would buy my ex a breakfast biscuit meal from Wendy's every morning, dang, with extra honey butter. And I remember one time I asked for an Impossible Whopper with cheese, and he told me we had cheese at the house. I started my escape plan shortly after. It was right too. One of my girlfriends said she left over cookies, and she was explaining the context, but it ultimately was over cookies. This one says, I had a boss who left her husband. She used to go on weekly walks with a friend and vent about their struggles in marriage. One day her friend stopped the walk and said, I just want to point out you've been saying the same things for a year now. She left him that day. All right, I'm going to read these. These are short, so I'm going to read these little short ones. My ex asked me to iron his shirt for church. I'm not religious, but he is. I said, no. He said he didn't know how to iron, so I said, I'll teach him. Then he said, no, it's the wife's job to iron her husband's shirts. I filed for divorce the following week. Hey, Lewis tapping in from the ATL. Nice. Okay, the next one. I told my ex I was too tired to make dinner, so I asked him to pick up fast food on his way home from work. He came back with one burger for himself. Similar thing happened to me when I went to coffee with my friend. I always bought my ex back a slice of cake. One time he went back to the same place and never did the same thing for me. I knew then it was over. I'm going to put the link so you could keep reading the rest of them. But what are your thoughts, guys?
Marriage is doomed. Yeah, marriage is doomed. Those women are going to die old and alone and with men that are worse off than their husbands, and I don't feel bad for any of them.
Now, do you think? Go ahead.
I think, and this is something that I'm gonna do in my relationship, but I feel like you need to come to marriage with a list of things that are non-negotiable, and a list of things that would make you want to leave somebody in the event that something because these things sound so small, but like you put it on the list and let me know what the reasons that you would ever want to leave me. The things that really bother you that much. So if the idea of maybe they felt like they were being controlled by money, maybe they didn't want to maybe they didn't want to have to ask for money and stuff like that. So like I make a list and talk about these things early. Like most people aren't compatible and they still together. I think that's really the issue. But make a list and talk about these things early so that y'all know what's going on. And I think people should have prenups and stuff like that so that they can have smooth divorces.
Yeah.
So
I'm trying to put the
people don't communicate enough.
There we go. You guys go ahead and watch on YouTube. I put my channel name down there. If you go to my channel, it'll pop up. Unfortunately, you can't see the link in my story right now because I'm live here, but I'm only going to have this up for a few more minutes. But if you want to join the show, go to YouTube, type in Chasing Yonci, and you can watch the show and interact with us here. So I'm going to play devil's advocate just a little bit. I know these stories probably went viral because they're so, some of them are so trivial. There's one in here. It says, I did everything according to my husband's standards, including centering dinner around him because instead of our toddlers, because he's a picky eater. Then one day I was home with all 3 kids. We're sick on the verge of tears when he gets home. We're all sick on the verge of tears when he gets home. He wouldn't even watch the kids, his kids. So I quickly make dinner. I could quickly make dinner in peace. He just wanted a break and watch his show without any interruptions. That is the day I had enough. This other one, my ex ran out when it started to rain, and I guess there were clothing on the line. Brought in just his jeans and left all the other clothes. So there are tons and tons and tons of stories. One said she would do the laundry. When he would do it, he would always separate the clothes and only wash his. So the reoccurring theme in here seems like a lot of self-centeredness. And hey, Falake, I was saying it every week. I always say, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Good to see you, love. Welcome, welcome. And, you know, I think probably this was like a straw that broke the camel's back. Same thing happened with my friend with the cookie story. And while it sounds crazy with that little thing, but I'm wondering if there wasn't a history of selfishness. And I will say, this is why I say that I am going to play devil's advocate. There are some men who truly feel that if they are paying the bills, that's it. Like, when I come home, I'm on vacation. Don't bother me. Leave me alone until I go back to work the next day. And I've seen this firsthand too. So I'm just wondering, you know, what your thoughts are about that. Welcome to the stage, Paul. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Yonci. Can you hear me okay?
I can, very clearly.
Excellent.
Yeah. So we're talking about reasons women are leaving. I shared the link in the chat. If you want to share it, see it. It's in the private chat. It's probably easier to, it's clickable in the private chat.
It's not on my private chat because I guess it's because I just jumped in.
Oh, okay. Let me repaste it.
I feel like there's a lot of women aren't as good as communicating as they think they are. And I think that's a big problem. I think people should communicate a lot better, and I think that should be a focal point of your relationship. Is just constant communication. You need to know your man, you need to know your woman, but also, like, if you have a man that doesn't want to do anything that when he gets home from work because he pays all the bills, then you need to know that, and you need to either accept that or not accept that when you guys are going into a marriage. And I think a lot of people do not talk about that. Like, you need your needs to be communicated hard. Like, you need, like, are you okay with this? This is what I expect. This is what I want.
Yeah.
You okay with that? Okay, perfect marriage, right? But I don't think people do that. And I think the reason that people should kind of have these things written down is because let's say that is what you like, and one day you're like, oh, I don't agree to this anymore. Okay, I just want you to understand that this is you. You sign up for something that you didn't want.
Yeah.
So yeah, people just need to kind of be on the same page. And most people who get married aren't on the same page. They probably started off having sex, and then, you know, one thing led to another, and now they're in a relationship.
Right.
They didn't, you know, which sex early probably, you know, you can arguably isn't too good for a long-term partnership. But yeah.
Okay. I am going to try something. I don't know why it's saying no. So we talked last time about having segments or putting the timestamps in there, and there's supposed to be a really easy way for me to do that. But as I'm clicking the little button, it says we couldn't create it. So we might have to try it out during the week and then come back later. So people can go back and watch. Jacob said, women generally suck at communication with men. They are okay in general communication, but not with men unless they are mad. Interesting. Make sure you guys comment your city and state if you're just now tuning in. Oh, goodness. Grown folks perspective. Hi, darling. It has been a very long time. Good to see you, darling. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay. Yeah, so interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. I definitely think that things build over time. and people need to hash it out. I also think that there are a lot of people in relationships who shut down at the sign of conflict, and they feel like, let's just hurry up and just finish the conversation. So it doesn't really resolve anything. They're still really upset or hurt or whatever, or the other person doesn't feel heard. I think that it would be great for more people to go through conflict resolution courses, because, stuff just festers and festers and festers. So just, yeah.
People are prone to resentment, and that's like a really bad character trait to kind of and it's something that I had to fix in my relationship, like kind of working with my girlfriend, of like, tell me how you feel, don't kind of create this villain inside of your mind,
Right.
and then like, it's just, you created a villain, and you're not communicating to me, you're not telling me about this villain. But like, once we get to, like, let's say, therapy, now it comes out, that
Yes.
you've been doing this. So
I've
yeah.
experienced that before, and there's like a whole narrative, and this is why you did it. One of the things that drives me nuts is when somebody tries to assume why I did something. Oh, you touched your chain because you were trying to show it up. Like, no, it was like itching my neck, like whatever. Like, there's this
Mhm.
deep meaning, and it's always a negative. It's never a positive, assumption. And so my thing is, I would just rather over communicate. If you think I did something suspect, don't pat yourself in the back by going, well, I'll just let it go. I'll pick my battles. Like, no, ask that. Did that mean anything? Why were you doing that? And be open and ask that versus assume. And then I always say too, if you keep assuming something negative, or you don't think the person is honest when you're asking them, why are you even with them? Like, if you think I'm this shady person, goodness. She said, yes, my husband has been a shutdowner. And unfortunately, these people think that they're keeping the peace. They're thinking that they're keeping the peace, and the person who wants to talk things through and get it worked out is being a troublemaker, and they're not letting things lie. But it kind of reminds me of hair. My daughter and I have obviously very curly hair. And if you don't comb it daily with lots of water and conditioner, it's going to get really matted. And so you might think, oh, but it's so painful and it's time consuming. Well, it's going to be way worse if you let it go. And it's kind of like conflict. If you don't talk about it, it just grows. And then you talk about coffee, and all of a sudden someone's popping off.
Conflict, I think, is when you, what is the saying, conflict avoided is conflict multiplied, something like that.
Oh,
Yeah, if you avoid conflict, it just multiplies. It doesn't, it's like a virus.
yeah.
It's also important for a
Choices that we
person that's
do
in a
make
relationship to have
big.
a safe space to be able to communicate with. The lady said that her husband's been a shutdowner, he didn't just become that way by himself. So there's also a onus that we have to take on ourselves and make sure we're someone our partners can talk to, regardless of how we feel or how we were before we got with them, or how our ideal communication method is. If it's not one that's conducive to our partners wanting to and feeling able to, and then also knowing they're safe to be able to talk to us, then them shutting down is just as much my part as my fault as it is hers.
And sometimes it can come from trauma from either upbringing. Maybe they were penalized for having conversations. Maybe they had previous partners that were very, it wasn't conducive to being a safe space. And so it takes time sometimes to prove that it's okay and you're not going to lash out. I would say the basic things would be to stick to the points. Don't get into opinions and things like that. Hey, Robin, she's tapping in from Dallas. Keeping your voice calm, minimizing nonverbals, because all that little stuff is just gonna provoke. And then really taking turns. Like, if it's really heated, it's hard to really take turns sometimes, but I think that's really necessary. And let's say if it's Mont and me speaking, okay, he shares his thoughts. I don't have to agree with it, but I should be to the point where I'm like, okay, Mont, what you're saying is, and you could say yes or no, and then have it be my turn. And then also acknowledge how that person felt. Because to me, that is so annoying if the person lets me get it all out, but they don't acknowledge it. I'm like, hey, it really hurt my feelings when you did da 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 da. And you're like, oh, okay, bet.
And
no empathy.
I agree with Willie, but I do think there are situations also, like nuanced situations where somebody may feel. So, for example, right? Well, before, like, me and my woman did like couples therapy to kind of just have somebody else to talk to. A lot of times when she would bring up, when she would say how she felt, but she wouldn't say what she meant, right? So another one of the things that she did was she would say more argumentative things, like she would communicate a criticism versus communicating how she, like
It was one
what she
sided.
wanted done, right?
Yeah.
So she'll say like, this is what happened on this day, and if I was like, oh, that didn't happen on that day, now
Mhm.
we're talking about something that doesn't matter, which is like, oh, this happened on this day, versus this is something that, this is my perspective, this is how I felt, and this is what, it's called a soft startup. A lot of times people criticize
Mhm.
instead of actually saying, kind of saying what they want, right? Like, you can say, you know what, I just feel like you don't have any time for me anymore. Or you can say, um
Mm,
I feel like you're not present with the kids, I feel like you're not. Or you could say, you know what, we've I feel like we've been so busy lately, I just missed when we used to kind of hang out together and just be on the couch. Would you be able to take some time out your schedule for me? you
yes.
know
One's finger pointing, one is giving a solution.
exactly. So I think that's a something that people need to kind of acknowledge also.
And speaking of that, defensiveness is a big thing. I did a live stream a while back, kind of breaking down. But a lot of times, if a person is really in their head and they're not aware of their subconscious mind state, when they get any sort of negative feedback, whether it's constructive or not, they automatically go into like fight mode. And it's a preservation and it's a subconscious thought of they don't accept me, they don't approve of me, and it could trigger abandonment issues like maybe they're going to leave me. But the irony is that all of the fighting in that response ends up making it a worse situation, as opposed to being able to be sure of the relationship and go, okay, they're not going anywhere. The person will actually respect you more if they can own it. You're right. I haven't been spending time with you. You're right. It's been like 2 weeks since we've even sat down and watched a movie, and we used to do it all the time. I'm going to make an effort, and then it goes away. Most people are not going to just keep going
Mm-hmm.
at that point if they got the solution. And so, yeah, I think there's a little lesson all around.
And
Um,
also, some people, you might be dealing with a partner who's a lot better at formulating an argument than you. So a lot of times, if they're like really good, or if they're very charismatic and they're just good at formulating an argument, you might shut down because you just feel like there's no way that you can kind of.
that.
What you say?
No, I wondered about that because my friend was like, "You're very good with articulating yourself," and da 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 da. And it could, I hate using the word intimidating, but it's like it can be a bit much, you know. And
Mm-hmm.
for me, I'm very logic based, so I try not to be that emotional in the conversation. To be like, "This is the concern. These are the reasons why," and listing it out. But I have been told that that's very overwhelming, almost like an attorney presenting my case.
Yeah.
A, B, and C, and then can we make some changes? And I don't know what the workaround is for that.
You gotta help. I think you help them formulate their argument. I think that's what it is, because you guys aren't enemies, right? You both want the same goal. So I think it's, you help them formulate that argument by asking those qualifying questions and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to move to question number 1. I told y'all we jumped to the end first because I wanted to discuss that. All right. So let's get into question number 1. Do you guys from Yonci Nation remember this question? If you could afford it, would you prefer a wife who is a full-time homemaker or an income earner? Because it's definitely work when you're at home. What do you guys think the majority said?
I believe the
Um,
majority said homemaker, if we're being completely honest,
Okay.
because I believe that despite the fact that women are making a lot more money nowadays compared to 50, 60 years ago, and I think it's a beautiful thing. I think there's still an expectation of the man putting forth, the effort and everything, because women are still going to be home. Because here's the thing, and a lot of people don't think like this. Everybody is a homemaker. It just depends on who you're with. You just got to make that thing right. everybody can be a homemaker. I'm a single man. I live alone. So this is my home. I am my homemaker in my own lane, doing my own thing in my own way. Now, if I were to bring a spouse into the picture, then we have to create that home together. She can do certain things. I can do certain things. We just have to combine our skills and our talents together. At least that's the way I would look at it. But at the end of the day, if we're men, if we're already having that expectation to work a whole bunch, bring all the money, pay all the bills, do everything, if we're putting all that energy out into the world, we better come home and be like, and woosah, I want to be at home. I want to be peaceful. I want the house to be clean. I want dinner made. Even if you don't know how to cook, I'll cook. You know what I'm saying? So I believe that most men want a full-time homemaker as opposed to income earner, because there's an under talked about sense of entitlement when it comes to making money that a lot of people we really need to break that down. But
You said you think that most people are choosing homemaker or not choosing homemaker?
no, I think men would choose homemaker as opposed to income earner, because
I got you.
there's an under talked about sense of entitlement when it comes to making money.
Okay.
Particularly if you make more than six figures.
Okay.
I don't think that's a conversation that can ever be had, because for 99 or 90% of the population, it's just going to be pure speculation and conjecture, because only 10% of people make above six figures. And then of those people, only 10% of those people make, higher than $400,000 a year. So there's no point for Mont, who's, a high six-figure earner, to even have that conversation with me working at the post office for $60,000 a year, because again, that's the same. That's like, his interests and his experiences are going to be different than what mine are, because mine as a $60,000 employee of a post office, all I know is what I would like to do and what I can say I feel like should happen. And then I'm in an inferior position in the argument or the conversation because I'm speaking about my feelings and what I think it should be, while he's in his actual present experiences and then also present circumstances about what it is. So that conversation can never be had. No one who makes a lot of money is going to listen to or care what someone that doesn't make a lot of money thinks, feels, or would like to see happen. It's just not how we operate.
What do you think the group voted?
That's precisely the reason why I said what I just said. You just broke it down for me. So thank you for that.
I think the group voted against the homemaker because I don't think most men are traditionally that masculine anymore.
Okay.
And I don't think that I think a lot of them lack confidence. Like even when I didn't make a lot of money, like everything was relative. So when I had my little apartment and I was with my daughter mom, I paid all the bills, even though my rent was $800 a month. Right? Like that was just always who I was, even when I didn't have the means that I have now. And I knew where I was going. I was confident about where I was going in life. So I don't think a lot of guys had that confidence, and I think that they're not traditionally masculine anymore. So I think it's probably like 60-40. They just want somebody to help them out with bills. Like
it actually is 60-40, interestingly enough. Which way do you think it went, Willie? You think they said
I'm having a hard time making my educated guess, because typically men vote with their they vote within their tax bracket, but then you do have a lot of men who vote like women do.
Well, it says if you could afford it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even still.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, even still, when the men who vote the way women do, they probably don't even read the entire question. So they just answer based off of what feels good to them. So I'm nervous, but I would hope that the majority of men would just vote based on what their actual circumstances are. And I'm gonna say that most are gonna go with the income earner, because a lot of men are dating because they need help.
Oh, all right. Well, the results are in. 60% said they would want a full-time homemaker. They would take on 100% of the financial responsibility. And 40% said, nah, I need her to bring in some income.
I figured that.
Mm-hmm. And some income is nice, right? Like just because you want her to kind of, most women want to do something to some degree, right?
Yeah,
they exactly. Had their own little project, right? But
and that's something I wanted to dive into as well, is the fact that a lot of women, are entrepreneurs. They're doing all things very crafty, creative, and doing different things. I'm like, yo, even if I made all the money and paid all the bills, I don't want to stop her from doing what she said, because I want you to fulfill your dreams. I want you to fulfill your goals and your aspirations as well, because you are my helpmate as well. So if you're helping the house by building your own business and creating your own line of work, creating a legacy for our family to build upon for the future, and maybe just not in our family, the youth, I think long term, that could be a beautiful thing, if you understand what I mean.
Okay, so I'm going to read, thank you, Paul. I'm going to read some of these comments. This guy said, I do not understand why any man who is truly capable of supporting a wife and family on his income would want a wife working outside the home. A wife, a mother, and homemaker is the most important job a woman can have. Someone else, once you said if you can afford it, then that automatically means I don't need an income worker. And even then, we would just do double incomes. Someone else said, I've tried that and it isn't my thing anymore. She got bored quick. She ran out of things to do. Someone else, I want whatever she wants. I'd prefer her working for her mental. When she comes home, I can help her unwind and bring her comfort. Someone else, I want her to follow her calling and God's will in her life. Working outside the home can mean so many things. I would say this. There's a difference between relying on her income and needing her to make income versus saying, hey, as long as this stuff is done, do what, gives you passion. I think that's a happy medium. Someone else said a little of both, honestly, but if I had to pick, I'm going with homemaker, various reasons. At 51, I'll take the income earner as long as she's doing something she loves versus earning income. Trying to find the interesting one. Let's see. Realistically speaking, two income homes are preferred, but ultimately, I want my wife to feel like her work is purposeful and fulfilling for her. Even if she stayed home, she couldn't be idle. That'll cause some other issues. And I agree. Someone else said you need a third choice. I want a woman who could choose between them as needed. Oh, isn't that sweet? Let me see. If I can afford it, then I want the homemaker. I'd rather share my earnings for her to do her own activities and have her own life and leisure. So a lot of people commenting about like not wanting her to be just lazy or, mind just melting into a puddle. And so I think it's very important to be active. That's one of the things for me that I found is that I needed mental stimulation. I'm going to go ahead and shut down Instagram now. Hopefully you could join us on YouTube because we have a good time over here. All right, guys, see you there.
I'm surprised there's only 3 of us here. I was wondering where Keisha and them were.
She is coming a bit later on, and Cam is also coming a bit later. We had another gentleman who said that he is going to try to come, but then he had something with his flights, and I don't know what time he's planning on coming. But yeah, all right. So
the only reason I say that is because well, a couple things. One, it's Thursday night and NFL's on, so
that's what I said. Right before I was coming on, my guy was like, "Yeah, Chiefs game." I said, "Oh, that's gonna affect the numbers." Speaking of numbers, it's time to snitch.
And I'll be honest with you, Yonci. It took a lot for me to come up here, especially at embarrassing the hell out of myself the last time I was on here. So
no.
23 and 13.
14.
20. Oh, okay. All right. So y'all getting the numbers up. So we got to get those likes closer to the views. So right now, 23 are watching currently. If you forgot, I'll forgive you, but go ahead and click it now. You might need to close the chat and then come back on and then click the like, and then you can come back into the chat. If you're on a cell phone, you might have to do that. If you're on a laptop, super easy. Just click the like. Are the numbers going up, guys?
It's at 15 now.
Okay, one more person. All right, y'all, let's go. Let's go.
But yeah, I couldn't come last week because I was working and I couldn't be on my phone. I don't like to be on my phone and driving home. And by the time I got home, I was like, yeah, I'm tired. But I was like, should I come on, especially after the way I embarrassed myself the last time I was on?
Why do you say you embarrassed yourself?
Because I was spitting game and I got called pretty much in character. And I just felt like, damn, I gave my full authentic self and y'all interpreted it as, slipping into character, which to me says you thought that I was putting a veil over myself, like like projecting
Mhm.
something that's not true of myself.
But
And
it wasn't a matter of like faking something, like in the sense of hiding your real self. It was just a vibe thing, or like a style. So we're used to how you speak here on the show, and then that changed in that dynamic. And so what we're saying is, if we all picked up on it in the panel, then surely women in real life were picking up on it. So I don't see it as embarrassing yourself. I think it's actually incredible for somebody to have the ability to be open. We were talking about how most people aren't open to feedback. Most people aren't going to grow in life because they're going to be stuck in their ways. But it takes a really mature person to be able to listen to feedback, especially in an area where people are compassionate. We're not just randos off the street who are like, ha ha, let's just send him out there to the wolves. Like, we were all giving you advice from our heart. We all have the same reaction. So our hope was just that you would take it in, at least consider it, that it came across as like a shtick, you know what I mean? But not in a way where you were trying to trick people or something like that. Lynette says, "Oh, Paul," she said, "you are who you are, but open your heart and ears to the advice given." And all we can do is share it. Like, it's up to you if you decide you want to,
now,
take it or not. Or
here's my thing though. Here's my thing though. I can hear and accept the criticism, and I can go back and meditate, and I'm doing that, and that's why I've kind of taken a step back from trying to holler at women, but I still can't get over the fact that how am I? It's like my only question is how. How am I? And I got to do this in my own reflection. How am I? Because what I'm trying to do is look at it from a woman's point of view. How do I go behind a woman's eyes and look at myself as a character? That's the only part I'm trying to figure out, because women say if a guy wants me to go on a date, he should step up, he should be respectful, ask for my number, do all these different things, and I check all of those boxes, but I still get cast aside. It's like, okay, maybe it is, maybe it's like, maybe it is my tone, maybe it is my delivery, maybe it's the way I phrase my sentences.
But Paul, the way you're speaking right now, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, we were literally just saying, continue this. You come across as composed and calm and all that stuff. And my thought was just, if you just don't deviate from this, just how you were talking, like, hey, I found you attractive, I'd like to ask you out. We got to know you and how you carry yourself, just like we see how Willie carries himself, we see how Mont carries himself. If Mont suddenly started to talk in a different tone of voice, he started to have different body language, we would call him out too. We'd be like, Mont, that's not your damn voice. Like, if his girl came and all of a sudden he started talking in a baby talk, we'd be like, Mont, we haven't seen that side of you before. Okay. Or if Willie all of a sudden just started pandering and we're like, that's not Willie's style, we're going to notice a difference. So all we were saying is just stay with where you are right now. Mont, were you saying something a second ago? I feel like I heard someone try to say.
I was trying to say, well, the first thing you have to do when it's coming, like, communicating with other people, is you have to assume that maybe they have something of value that they're trying to tell you. So I think when you ask the question, you have to ask a genuine question of, okay, I would like to understand your perspective because more than one woman said it. So try your best to communicate to me, what did you mean by I was acting like somebody else or not being myself? Because they have another perspective and you have a perspective.
And it wasn't malicious. Sorry, it sounded like you took it as we were saying it like it was like a scheme, like, I'm gonna get over it. And it wasn't a malicious thing at all.
I think it was like, so for example, if I'm a guy that likes Comic-Con, right? Or let's say I really like Harry Potter, and sometimes I bust out in my like Harry Potter voice, right? I'm being myself, but I'm doing, I'm acting a little bit, but I'm being myself. That's what I do. I think that's kind of like the perspective they were talking about, was you were being yourself, who you are, but at a certain point you said some certain things in like certain other accents, and to a woman it might have seemed a little bit fake, even though you're being yourself.
Right.
And I identified that you were being yourself, and you just was kind of being a little bit, to me, too much yourself on a first impression. So
it was like all your words were authentic. It was the delivery style. So that is just something to consider. But the good news is is that when you're not thinking about it, I think that you would do well. So if you, the way you're speaking on camera, which I feel like this is a more high pressure situation than talking to a woman one-on-one, you do well on the show. You speak your mind, you know, and yeah, so I don't think it was, she said, let's, I think he was being funny. I don't think he really talks in a Harry Potter.
Oh, I don't like. I'm not a
I
Harry
probably
Potter.
talk more Harry Potter than the both of y'all combined, but
Yeah, I'm not a Harry Potter person.
Oh goodness. But it really is. It is all love. And that's the goal for my platform, is to bring people together and to try to learn from one another. That's literally what my platform came from. I wanted to understand men and
if I may really quick, Yonci, something that, because what bothers me, and this is something that's bothered me in my personal life, is I would speak my truth and it would be still cast as if it were a lie. And I've had many instances, and that's outside of dating, where I would say, let's say for the sake of argument, right? Let's say I'm in class at school, right? And then somebody punches me, right? And then teacher comes in the room, the other person I'd be like, hey, so-and-so hit me. And then that person that hit me, they'll be like, well, no, I didn't. And then the whole class would agree with the bully, right? They would agree with the person that hit me. And then I would get looked at as if I were crazy, and then I would be the one that would get punished. That's why I feel the way that I feel, is because I want to speak my truth. I want to be full and be full of my authentic self. But how am I still viewed as being the weird guy, even though I'm trying to tell you the truth?
Because your authentic self is weird to the majority of people that experience you. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just what it is. The majority of us have experiences in the world and the way that we push ourselves and portray ourselves to people, and we can't control how we were received. If that's your authentic self, then you have to accept the fact that you are going to come across weird, awkward, and socially undesirable to a lot of people. And then your focus should be finding people that you don't come across that way to. Because the only way that you won't find people, you'll find people who you do mesh well with, is when you are not your authentic self, which, as you have demonstrated, is what people are saying that it is. All of these people aren't telling you that. They're not telling you what. They're not lying to you. If 40 people think that you're coming across as a weirdo, you're coming across as a weirdo. And there's nothing wrong with that when that's yourself. You just have to find people who are okay with your version of weird.
And we all have our versions of weird. I know for me, I had to do work because I was coming across as like clingy and desperate, because at the time I was like desperate for a relationship. You know, I wanted love, and it would affect the way I would make decisions and things like that. And so, you know, when I asked people for feedback, that's the feedback that I got. And I had to make conscious decisions, you know, to make changes. Willie made a great point that there's a choice that has to be made. It's the same thing with my clients. People can cling to, this is my default setting, this is my natural me. And your natural me might not get you very far in life, but you might feel like, I just have to be me. And then, but you have to then take what that gives you. The other alternative is to make adjustments socially, because we do live in society. So for example, a person who just like randomly blurts out noises, it might feel good to them, but to the average person, they're going to stop and look and be like, why is that person just blurting out noises? So, and that's an extreme situation. But you know, you got to make changes. One of my current clients said that she always comes across as one of the boys. And so we worked on and talked about what things can you stop doing if you want to differentiate yourself as, I'm clearly a woman, I'm someone you'd want to take out, versus, oh, that's the homegirl, is she gonna come through? You know, and it's a choice every student has to make. Do I feel like I'm selling out by going too far? And only you can know where that line is drawn. But there are definitely things that can be done. There are a ton of male coaches that teach body language. They teach what to say, how to say, when to say it, when not to say. Like mom was talking about not buying a drink right off top. I think that was you saying that. Someone else was talking about.
No, don't buy no girls no drinks.
Yeah, saying not buying a drink off top. Yeah. There are a lot of little things, but the beginning of it has to be, you have to be open.
If I'm at a bar, it's going to be natural to me to want to do that. This is just me
That's the
speaking.
issue.
And I know that makes me look like a simp, but you got to understand, I got decades of experience in food service. If I'm at a bar, if I'm at a restaurant or anything like that, it's going to be natural for me to want to break the ice. What would you like to drink? Do you want some dessert? That way I can kind of break the ice a little bit. That's just how I move.
That's,
But
so that's
Paul,
not an icebreaker.
look what you just did right now. Don't let your thought, Mont. But look what you just did right now. So you are backing up your reasons why you're doing something. If you're going to only explain away why you're doing something, the conversation isn't going to be productive. It's going to be a waste of time for us. It's going to be a waste of our breath. And it'll be a waste of time for you because you're not receiving it. So that's why I said you have to decide if you even are open to feedback. And then if someone does give you feedback, your energy has to be on, let me take this in and make this a part of me, as opposed to why I don't think it'll work or why I've never done it. It's not going to be it's not going to work. And you've got two guys here, not to gas them up, but you have two guys here who have no problems with women. And you're not an unattractive guy. You're what, 6 foot, whatever. You're not scrawny. Like, there's no reason why you cannot have the same success. Energy plays a big part. So you have free resources here that you can either tap into or not tap into. But what I don't want it to turn into is like a debate on whether or not this makes sense, because you're talking to people who have the success.
Just
Right.
look at it this way. What outcome is it that you really want? Because if you say that you want an outcome where women don't view you as weird, undesirable, or repulsive, then you have to do something to change your outcome. You said you have decades of experience getting the same result, and you keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. By definition, that's insanity. One of the things that I tell all men is that getting a coach for things you're not good at is probably the best way to be successful. When in business, of every business I'm in, I'm only naturally skilled at or gifted at in one of them. For the other 7, I went to people who were doing what I wanted to do, who were getting the outcomes that I wanted, and then had them train me and showed me how to do what it was. I had to humble myself from already being financially stable or financially free. And I went and said, hey, listen, I will work for you for 90 days free of charge if you just teach me the game. If you show me how to get the outcomes that you have, which are the ones I want, I will be your employee for the 90 days. I will be the most dedicated, the most receptive, the most hardworking, and then the just generally overall the best employee you've ever had for those 90 days if you just teach me the game. You have to be willing to put yourself in a position of humility to do that. And one of the things that I'm very hard on people about is when they complain about the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then don't do anything, different to change it. Because if you're complaining about something, you're inherently saying you want a different outcome, but then you're not doing anything to bring about that outcome. And that's the problem that men shouldn't. That's something that men shouldn't do, because when you do that to your peers, now you're saying women look at you one way. When you do that and men see you, we judge you for very different things. Success with women is not one of the main ones that we care about. But when we hear a man complaining constantly about the same problem and not doing anything different to change that or to solve that problem, we almost look at you like a woman, because now we're losing respect for you and patience for you, because this is the 9th time we've had this conversation. You've said that you want something different 11 times, but at no times have you done anything different. So you just have to choose if you really want it, or you really want it.
Step back, and I've been doing reflection, but
I wasn't finished. So if you really want better, you're going to have to do better for yourself, and that's the choice that only you can make. So however many times it takes you to embarrass yourself, imagine a guy who used to be fat, and he goes to a pool party, but he doesn't want to take his shirt off. He goes to another pool party. He's probably going to want to go to the gym because he's tired of being a guy at the pool party with titties. And now, so he's been embarrassed enough that now finally something made him want to do better. You're just not there yet, and there's nothing wrong with that. You may never get there. You may be 90 years old and decide the day before you die you want to do better with women, and then you'll try it then. But until you really want to, you're not going to do anything different, and you're going to keep having the same conversation, especially with men or with women who are actually having the outcome that you actually want. you're in a very fortunate position to be subject to people like Yonci and Monte, or even myself, because people can't even access me. It costs people $1,000 to sit across the table with me to talk about anything. So to have these types of conversations for free, you're in a very fortunate position. You have Monte, you have you have Jacob on here regularly. You have access to Yonci. Yonci's a coach. There's a plethora of other male coaches that will get you to where you want to go. You just have to decide that you either really want to do it or you want to keep being a victim to your own choices.
By the way, it's two types of fat guys. It's two types, and that's the shirt on at the pool, shirt off at the pool. You don't never want to be the shirt on fat guy at the pool. That say a lot about you. They don't think so, but it say a lot about. Just take it off.
Yeah, just go get tattoos. If that's the case.
No.
All right. Well, I think this is a good opportunity to move to question number 2. All right. So, what are things that women say that automatically disqualify you from seeing them as wifey material? Oh, I forgot to give my little intro. Excuse me, pardon me. So if you're new to the show and you are unfamiliar, I have a page called Yonster Nation. And this is where I ask questions Monday through Friday. And I just get into men's minds. It's so funny. I did a post and one guy was like, only a man could have written this. And I was like, or a woman who's been interviewing men for 9 years and actually listening. So we've got the guys here. We're almost to 1,000 men now, which is pretty cool. And each week on YouTube, we go back and cover 5 of the questions that I've asked the guys. If you want to have access to the information before it comes to the show and actually read all the answers, because I only read some of them, you can become a patron. It is just $15 a month. It supports my platform, and it also allows you to get insider information and also get some behind the scenes content. We also do Zoom mingles on the first Friday of the month, which means that tomorrow is our September Zoom mingle. And also you get access to my YouTube show. If you want to pop up, you can, because I put the link there every single week. All right. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. Back to the show. Oh, I heard a ding. That means someone has just joined backstage. Take a guess, guys. And you can't vote if you're on the panel.
Jacob.
Who do you think has joined the conversation? The person is a regular. I almost gave their gender. Okay, you don't care what they call it. Okay.
I hope it's Jacob or Sai.
Who do you think it is, guys? Drop a comment.
Or Lynette or Kaylee.
Okay, you're naming all the cast members here.
Or Monte.
Monte's busy watching the game.
Jesus.
Who likes to pop out from the trees?
Oh, Cam, bet. That's good. Cool.
Hey, Cam.
What's going on? What's going on?
That's like without a hat on.
Oh, yeah.
Got a nice face, sir.
Okay.
Everybody got fresh cuts today. I see Willie and Cam got the fresh.
My cut is not fresh.
Yeah.
John
But I did cut it a week ago or a couple days ago, I think. Yeah, a couple days, yeah. What's going on?
Yeah, I realize I haven't ever seen him without a hat on. So we are talking about things that automatically disqualify women, things that they say. Do you guys want me to read first, or do you want to just jump in with your experiences?
Even though this is not a question that I ask women, I don't. But like, don't say that you're at the table. I get it. I get like, don't, it might not be customary to ask a woman like, what do you bring to the table, on dates and stuff, but don't say that you're at the table.
Yeah, it's kind of played up. Yeah.
It really just means that you can't really articulate what you do bring. So a lot of them just default to that. Most cases, I understand the idea of like, oh, I am like, I get what you're saying, but you have to articulate it. Like, you can't just, it's like a man say, oh, I do everything a man does. Next question. Like, I don't know.
So yeah, I have one that kind of is a follow-up, maybe kind of connected to that. I hate with a passion the alpha women call themselves alphas. I hate that. It won't automatically disqualify you, but like if I hear it more than once after I correct you, then yeah.
After I correct you.
Well, like I need somebody who can handle me. What do you
Oh
mean?
yeah. Woo.
Yeah.
That means
I have a long list of things that I'm not.
Let me take my coffee break.
Not here for those three.
Touchdown Ravens.
oh dope.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any yelling in the background.
No, because they just got marched on. I don't want to hear you say, "Take me as I am," because you were single before you met me, and the men you dated before you met me weren't me. So no, I don't want to hear that. My kids come first because absolutely not. I'm not taking you serious if you say it's just social media. That's an automatic dub for me. That's probably one of the bigger dubs. I don't want to care. I don't want to hear about. I was like that back then. I'm not like that now. I don't want to hear that just because my friends are hoes doesn't mean that I am. I don't want it like that. Arguing against birds of a feather flocking together is probably one thing that only hoes do. I don't want to hear that. You shouldn't worry about my past. My past doesn't matter because it absolutely does. The same way that my future matters. I don't want to hear
girls
that.
who call people narcissists all the time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Anything that requires you to have a thorough understanding and education, like with a doctor in front of your name, to call someone narcissist, any of that shit that's in the DSM-5. Once they start saying that, if they use toxic masculinity, toxic, what's the other one they like to use?
People who say stuff like heteronormative.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Stuff like that.
My pronouns.
I don't want to hear that whole "my best friend is a guy" shit. No.
Hey, Lynette dropped $10.
Yeah, my best friend was a guy. That's just somebody that you just ain't gave no coochie to yet. Yeah, I don't want to hear that. I got to be mama and daddy. If you wish yourself happy Father's Day on Father's Day, you're dead.
Yeah. Single need to cut that shit out.
I don't hear. Any of that. If I hear the argument, like I don't think DNA test should be required at birth. If you argue against that, I'm pretty sure you used to sell coochie before. Also, if you say that if you're against prenups and all of that stuff, and your reason is because what if we get divorced? Again, it's just I'm treating you like you're a stripper at that point.
I think y'all cover pretty much all of them. Yeah,
I actually have this list in my phone.
Good, just a good list.
Yeah, I've given it to my son.
Oh my God. Okay, so I'm going to read some of these. Thank you again, Lynette, for the 10. I really appreciate that. Okay, so guys said if women says these things, it disqualifies you. If she says mine, okay, followed by acting and talking like a man. If she acts uninterested and keeps talking to me as if you were never interested, let me know day one. Don't use me for attention. It's giving me daddy issues.
Facts.
You just want my attention, not me as a person. I'm looking for an alpha male. That's his answer. Another guy, it's not what they say, it's how they behave. But a woman that begins to make demands on my time based on what she hears on social media qualifies her for a good time, but never a lifetime. Next answer, how much do you make? Next answer, because what I'm not about to do, who the heck?
What?
I love that question. How much do you make? How many men have you slept with?
No, we're not, Willie. We're not gonna act like you didn't just extend the show an hour and 40. Casually.
We just talking here. Why we having a thorough discussion and you over here bringing administrative duties.
Yeah, let's not let the money.
Yeah. That wasn't smooth. That wasn't smooth. Yeah.
We had a real good discussion and you just ruined it.
Incorporated that.
Let me go back to something you said. It's a different caveat, an alpha male, but when you say what a real man does, like, wait a minute. It's
Yeah.
just another version of saying the same thing. How you like? What the hell you know about that? There's a way to say what you want, but to say
Right.
what a real man does.
What I would prefer. Right. Or
That's
man
back to
up.
the communication that Mont was talking about earlier. You got to learn how to say what you want without pissing people off or coming off very negative.
Yes.
Also, like those girls who kind of grow up, you know, when you grow up in the hood and everybody's like not too intelligent, they kind of like have this thing that like men who kind of have who have conversations with women are less masculine. Like you're supposed to just not talk when a woman is talking.
Oh.
Like women who like their go-to is to emasculate you by saying like that's what girls do, like kind of stuff like that.
The same women that call men gay for getting their nails done and getting their toes done, but at the same time they like gay dudes. They want to party with gay dudes, but as soon as something go left, the man is gay because he expressed himself or he had issue. Like I don't deal with ratchet women at all. I'm from one of the most ratchet cities in Dallas, and I used to think that when I grew up, I was just gonna have me just the most ratchetest. You know what I'm saying, pink updo hair wearing, 3-4, packs of. I'm saying Yaki number 5 type woman when I was young. But now you couldn't pay me. I don't even acknowledge those women. I just treat them like they're vagabonds when I'm outside. There's nothing about them that is remotely attractive as human. I almost look at them as they're subhuman people because of how they act. Like that ignorant shit stuff is probably one of the biggest turnoffs that I have in women. The ones that yell period, A, and yes, all of that bullshit.
Why are you saying so manly? You're like, period.
Because I'm a man. I can't imitate ratchet women well because I'm so disgusted with them.
Someone else said that because what I'm not about to do and bite
anything like that shit you just did with your hands right there, like don't put your hands above your waist when you talk to me because I feel threatened now.
That's why he always tells what's the name to keep her hands.
Yeah, unless Charmander.
No, that's not why I tell Charmander to do
that's
that.
Not why I do. Yeah, I got you.
Absolutely.
Oh my God. How about this one? He said, I'm the prize. Can I have some money? I don't cook. I'm not listening to no man. He put his tops on there.
If you really want, if a woman tells you she thinks she's the prize, look at the men she has children by. That'll tell you everything you need to know.
Facts.
Yikes. Okay, this one says
Willie's not wrong in that department.
He said some things are just meant for you and your girls. OnlyFans single moms
Touchdown Chiefs.
who say things like that would take away from their feminine nature. Like I can be a lot.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, how about this one? And she starts quoting the sprinkle lady.
Oh yeah.
And the sprinkle lady is married to
come back with this Say what?
55-year-old man who is unemployed, was laid off of his job, and she pays 100% of the bills in the house, and they haven't had sex in 2 years. Tell that lady needs to shut the F up forever. And she's not even cute.
She look crazy.
Like she's not cute at all. Like she's built like a squeezed in high C pack. Like nothing about that lady is cute. And then never mind. Sorry.
Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, it is men, all men tonight. Good observation, Kenny. This is very cool. This is a little Yonci Nation moment.
Nice. See how much order there is on the panel tonight too?
You know what? If you would like to hear all the answers that the men have shared, because there are pages and pages of comments that I just don't have time to read, feel free to subscribe to Patreon. Patreon.com/Yonci. I have listed it here in the comment section. Thank you so much. Back to our regularly scheduled program. All right. Anything you guys would like to add before we move on to question number 3?
Go ahead, Paul.
I pretty much agree with all the guys and everything that they said. I think for me, something that, I would say is like women lie to me. It's just like, oh, tell me you're going to call me and then I don't hear from you. Or I've had, and this before, I would try to have a conversation with women and then she'll respond, who this? Like, I ain't trying to hear all that. If you want to show me that you're interested in me, be upfront about it, and I know I'm going to get crucified in the comments because I've already been crucified already. But my thing is tell the truth, because my thing is, if you as a woman don't want me as a man to be the men that you already, kind of talk about, oh, he lies, he cheats, he does all this, and I'm being authentic with you. What gives you the right to then say, oh, I'm gonna do this because he acts this way?
Delusion. A woman has a right to change her mind and be delusional. Clearly, stop listening to what women.
But don't you think that's stupid?
No, because it doesn't affect me.
Project. It's like you're saying a woman is allowed to project lying, but then change her mind at the same time.
Everything about the women that you like, half of that stuff is a lie. Their faces are a lie. Their hair is a lie. Their personality, until you get to know them, oftentimes is a representative of who they actually are. So what the rest of us understand is probably from one reason or another is that stop listening to what women tell you and listen to what they show you. Because if a woman doesn't have your number saved, she told you she doesn't want to talk to you.
I know that.
Like you is not going to say who this. She's not going to. If she really cared, she's going to look at the subject text. That matter of that conversation you had, identify who it is, and then probably say something along the lines of, "Hey, handsome," or "What's up, sweetheart?"
Or she'll call first. Shit, I know that
exactly. And typically, women that like men reach out to them and talk to them.
So funny story. This guy, I wish I had screenshot it so I could share. There's a segment called "There's Pee in the Dating Pool." I want to say it's from Situationships page. Actually, let me see if I can pull this up. So her page is called this either Situationship or the Situationship. Yep, here it is. The underscore.
Add that to my list. There's pee in the dating pool. Add that to my list.
Okay. Oh, it's the things you don't like being said.
That's crazy.
You talking about they got pee? There's ish. I've seen acid. I've seen everything.
They say that because the dating pool they got to choose from.
That says more about them than it does you ever.
I don't go in no pools that all the pools I've been in is like they top tier pools with certain people got access. I don't get no other pools.
Check out what this lady got. Okay, she gets a message on Instagram from an account she doesn't recognize, and he says, "I'm the guy you are talking to and have been talking to for a couple of weeks now. I created this new account to talk to you. I'm not going to say my name." so I can see.
Wait, are we past 7 minutes?
Are you?
All right.
He said that I'm not going to say my name, so I can see if I'm the only guy you're talking to. You will say my name, so I can see if you're cheating on me. So what is my name?
We just got through a real nice conversation, and you brought this to us, Yonci. This is.
You're so tickled.
I mean, I don't know.
I just picture him typing this up like, "I'm gonna get her." He really said this. Like,
I'd have blocked him. Like,
that's what everyone said in the comments. I posted it, you guys, in the link. I posted it if you guys wanted to.
That's kind of creepy.
It's hella creepy.
That is creepy.
Hey, but it works.
I couldn't pull that off, bro. Maybe you could, but nah.
Oh, if you did that, it would work. It wouldn't, because you have to look at it from the different types of personalities, right? My personality, I'm not entertaining a woman that talks to multiple men, because the odds of her talking to multiple men who are equal to me is mathematically improbable. So I don't approach things that way. But if a regular dude just did that and was like, "Hey, we've been talking for a while, but I just want to make sure I'm the only one," of course it's cringe, it's super cringe. But the end game, the outcome is probably going to be he's going to find out that, hey, she's talking to multiple men. Which the thing is, almost all attractive women are. Like, you just have to go make yourself her favorite when you're like, for the average guy.
Oh no, that's creepy.
I think when kind of like when you really like the one that somebody really want the most and the one that they really like, because you just end up spending all her time with you. She come over for one night, now she there 4 nights, and then she don't want to leave and she want to come back.
Oh, now you want to hang out 3 days, you want to go out Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Realistic here. I think we can all agree that women, no matter what their status is or anything like that, they're gonna have multiple men in their or at least multiple men in their phone. They're gonna want to try to talk to and communicate with.
Every man in their phone wants to sleep with them.
They may not want to talk to me, and I'm cool with that. I'm not saying that a woman should be mine and mine alone unless we get to that place where we're exclusive. But let's be real here. I can meet another girl tomorrow and make conversation, get her number and get her contact information, and everything will be cool. But then she'll tell me, oh, I got guys that I'm talking to, you know, they're guys on my phone. And I'm not gonna look at her the same way, but that's just a part of life.
Remove yourself immediately. If a woman likes you, she's not going to admit to you she's talking to other men.
She's not gonna admit. Yeah, she's not gonna admit.
The guy that she actually wants, she knows that her dream man, the guy that in her mind she wants you to be, you're not going to put up with that.
Exactly. I won't.
You have no, well, wait. And again, before anybody, do not say anything about, do not crucify me in the comments what I'm about to say. The difference, Paul, is you not in the position where you can expect that from a woman yet. Because you have to be in a certain ilk and cloth or in a certain position in life to command that from women. So there's levels, right? There's a level where you have no access, then there's a level where you have to compete for access, and then there's also the level where you have all the leverage and women compete for access to you. You're not at that level yet. You're at the level where you have to compete for access. So for you, you're going to have to go and show that woman that, hey, I'm going to be the best option for you. And you have to compete. It's gladiator style for you right now. But then it's, you know, for the analogy that you understand, you know what I'm saying? After you get gladiator style, then you get to the VIP section and you get to be Caesar. You get to say who can do what, who can come here and who can be part of your harem or who you can actually choose then. You're just not there yet.
To use your analogy, Willie, I'm in the place where the only gladiator that I'm competing against is myself. I don't give a damn about any of y'all.
Well, I mean, you can't. So those two things.
The reason I say this, because I know that I have to do my own work, right? And of course, I got people in my corner. You know, I got friends, I got family, of course, and I got support system. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm the gladiator, I'm in the arena. It's me against me.
You're 100% correct, because you're not competing with me or Monte.
I wouldn't want to compete with nobody else.
It sounds good, and it's very self-placating to say that I'm my only competition. That's like saying that the only competition I have is the version I was yesterday. So I understand that part, but again, it's just not realistic. I think when people say that money's not everything, you are 1,000,000,000% not competing with myself, Monte, or Jacob for women. We understand that.
Mine said something. Oh, go ahead.
You are competing with the other Pauls of the world for women. And there are significantly more of you than there are of Jacob and mine. So those are the guys you don't have to worry about. You got to worry about, you know what I'm saying, competing with your peers.
I think I wanted to say that he's not going to compete. Yeah. But the shorty's going to choose somebody. But whatever.
What mine said made a lot of sense. If a woman telling you, I got other men coming at you, that's your cue to bounce.
Of course, I know that.
No woman interested in you, like for real, is gonna tell you some crap like that. If she's like I said, over time, she's gonna be trying to figure out how to get more time with you if she's really interested. So if you've been talking to a woman and she tell you she got other men, that's your cue to bounce and move on to something else. If you weren't already there, but that's a clear sign that she on something else. Take your business elsewhere, because no woman interested in you is gonna tell you no crap like that.
I will add to that is that it's a recognition of self-worth. And I think I've drawn more women when I was young. I've always had a good sense of self. And whether I had money or I didn't have money, they never knew that. But it was just like, I've literally talked to women, and these are women who date basketball players, people with money. And they were like, man, he just didn't have something. I'm like, confidence. And they were like, yeah. And sometimes, like I said, that sureness in yourself will literally put you in rooms and in categories that, money and accomplishments and all those kind of things will help you add to your own confidence and your self-worth. But as far as that, if you have that, like I knew kids who was in high school, didn't have nothing for nothing, but was knocking everything down because they had a level of confidence, and that's very attractive to women. So like if that's just something I wanted to add there, that is definitely key, is to make sure that you show that, because a woman who wasn't looking at you could start looking at you just based upon how the swag, so to speak.
Swag is overrated, but
it is not.
Don't tell Jay-Z that.
It is not. You get results.
Yeah, it's not overrated to the women that you today.
And when Yeah, and when I say swag is just as far as assurance. Like, look at me, like I don't consider myself debonair or suave or anything else like that. But there's a level of confidence that I walk in. So whether I'm being goofy, silly, whatever, whatever facet of Cameron that I'm portraying to you at that particular moment, I'm very sure of myself. Like,
Yeah.
people use terms like gaslit and they use things like that. I tell people all the time, I was like, the only person who can gaslight me is God, because I'm very sure of what I think and the thought processes that I have. But do I look like Mont? No, Mont has his own particular way of doing things, but we both have confidence. So it's just a different, it's all ice cream is what flavor, type deal.
I had a mentor. He told me, he says that your confidence directly translates to how you feel about yourself naked. And I used to argue against that for the longest. Like, how does that? And then he was like, okay, cool. Take all your clothes off and walk in the mall right now. I was like, I don't want to go to jail. He's like, he said, you're not gonna go to jail. If you could go into the mall naked, would you? I was like, no. Like,
No.
for what? Because I don't. And he says, is it because you don't want to go? I said, that's the only reason why. And then he says, okay, cool. So the next time you're with a woman, like, and you with your girl, just go in the house and get naked and walk around, start doing regular stuff. If you still wouldn't do that with your woman, it's not just your confidence. It's not going to jail you're worried about. There's something else in there. And then when I finally did it, and I was like, oh, I understand the vulnerability of being naked now. Like, I get it, how vulnerable you have to be in those spaces. Like, I can see now how being naked is artful. Like how they have the people that come in and you draw them. I understand the vulnerability, that the courage that takes now. And I think that's probably one of the biggest things that ever helped me, someone who was already hyper confident, be more confident, because now I walk around the world mentally like I'm naked, because I literally don't care about anything or how I'm perceived, because I know that I've done the work. I know that I check a lot of boxes that most women want. So the confidence is there. And now that I just understand that how confidence works and where it stems from, there's nothing, I don't have the issues that the average man can have about being self-conscious or being worried about coming across weird, because at the end of the day, I can't change it. I can't change who I am. I can't go out and change my body composition overnight. Over time, yes. But that level of confidence, no matter what you have, your confidence is going to speak for you before you open your mouth. It's just the way you carry yourself, the way you sit, the way you walk.
It puts us at ease.
And that was my last point, is that a woman and a man who is confident, like, there's something about her that makes her just feel safe. And the best part about a woman feeling safe is all the blood flow that is in her brain and in her heart can move to other areas. And then once that blood flow is increased, you have a you have a higher probability of actually getting the outcome you really want.
Yeah,
I
I believe that if I may, Willie, I've been in that place where, to use that analogy, the nakedness and everything, I've been in that vulnerable space. I've had that before, of course, and we're not going to get into what happened after that. I guess my thing is I've lost the desire to be wanted. If you understand what I mean, because I was with this woman, right, and I was like, yes, this is it. You know what I'm saying? But now that situation ended and I've been on my path, I've made strides that I've done well. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I am not the best. I will give you that. I'm not the most socially accepted person.
What do you mean by that,
I'm getting eviscerated in the chat already. So
what do you mean? I don't see you obliterated.
Yeah, no one's eviscerating you in the chat, Paul.
What do you mean by when you say you don't need to feel wanted anymore? What is
it's like when I was in that previous relationship that I was in, that serious relationship where I thought that she was the one, that was where I felt, and this is going to sound crazy, but that's where I felt like the most complete.
Okay.
And when I say complete, I don't mean complete as, oh, she's my rib and she's like, she's her own person. But what I mean is the fact that I was able to be my full, vulnerable, naked, authentic self around her. And she took all of that. She accepted all of that. And I was willing to be that authentic self with this person. And I didn't have a care in the world. I don't give a damn who else was looking at me. I'm looking at her.
And you said she took that with her when she left?
I don't know. And quite frankly, I don't care, because the way she described it when she broke up with me is, I just want to focus on me and do me, and I can't do me while I'm with you. And
That
will this
means
be
she wants to. There was somebody else.
You want to do
I know that.
something.
I know. And women will never admit that, but that it is what it is at the end of the day. But
Let me say this. I think before we move on, like first of all, swag is misunderstood. It ain't over. I don't think it's overrated. I think it's misunderstood. It's confidence. I think what Willie was saying. Let me just say this, man. If when a girl tells you some crap like that, again, I'm back to like guys are pretty good at this. We hear somebody don't want us, you just move on. The woman starts talking about I can't be myself, and man, let her go. Some women are. I'm trying to think of a polite way to say it. Some women ain't shit, quite frankly, and that's just part of the game too. You know, some men aren't and some women aren't. And for her to say some crap like that, I don't even know what that means. Like I just can't be me without that. That don't even make sense.
The only thing you stopped her for being was a hoe.
Yeah, just let her go. You're way better off without her.
yeah, I've let that go. You know what I'm saying? I'm just bringing it up because it's part
Don't
of
even
my
bring it up.
Unfortunately.
I guess I'm not getting on you. I'm just saying, don't even bring it up. Man, delete
Yeah,
that.
that's why I don't.
It.
But I say those things to give you some context, and I
Yeah.
tried not to bring it up, but I can't. You can't expect me to heal without acknowledging my scars.
We might as well move on. We being honest.
Yeah. All right. We're going to move to point number 3. Actually, but before we do, I did take a poll to see which phrases were the biggest turnoff. And these are the ones. 37% hates, I don't need a man. Followed second place, 27% said, bruh, my fam, etc.
Uh,
Oh, that's that ratchetness. What he was talking
Yeah, I
about.
don't like girls who talk like that.
It's like math. The second place is actually 30%. My bad. I'm an alpha woman. That was second place. My bad.
You be over there with them.
And then the fourth one, 6%. I don't cook. 20 likes. Okay, good. We're getting them up. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate it. Between you and Paul, we're gonna get these likes accounted.
The thing with Kenny just said with the 20 likes, it's been 20 likes for pretty much this entire segment.
Got to get it up.
Tisk.
Better.
Tisk. All right, guys, we are going to move to the next question, and I'm trying to be mindful of the time so that when I do my markers, how do I get that off? We've been on for an hour and 23 minutes, right? That's 8.
Yeah, a little over an hour.
Only an hour.
I'm tripping for the last one. I clearly put the last one as the wrong time. Oh, maybe that was. Oh, duh. There it is. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. All right. So let's do question number 3. What are things a woman can do to show respect during the early stages of dating?
Being on time, like
that was said so many times.
Because you have no idea how often it is women are late, and they think that, and it's not just that they're late; it's that they act as if them being late is normal or it should be expected, and that's one of, again, time and money and attention are a man's only 3 resources we have in life. So if you're telling me that we agreed to go somewhere and say we're going to be there at 8 and you didn't plan around doing everything you needed to do so you could be there on time, that just tells me that you don't respect my time, and that too, you're a piss poor planner. And that's, again, huge. If you're late on the first date, I'm probably not. I've left. I give you 15 minutes, and then I'm counseling and we can reschedule at a date that is better, more convenient for me, but I'm not going to sit anywhere and wait and have a waitress come over and be like, are you okay? Is she still coming? Like all of that weird shit they try to do to be funny.
Okay. I'm going to read some of these. Thank you for sharing, Willie. Being on time, the very first one. Doing what you say you're going to do. Treating me the way you want to be treated, and acknowledging any boundaries I have set. Second guy says, show appreciation for what the man does or pays for that requires effort. Be helpful and useful. Be cordial, friendly, and excitable. Grunt, kiss, and tell. Avoid all men statements. Another guy says, make me feel important and make me look important in front of other people. That shows respect, which is what we want most. Respect. your face.
My bad.
Next one, don't be dismissive to his solutions when they present problems. At least have the decency to say, you know what, let me consider that. The next one, be respectful. Don't try to over talk me by cutting me off mid-sentence. Be attentive, have active listening skills. Acknowledge a man's effort. Not be all over the men in her environment. Let me read 3 more. Appreciate the simple things and allow the man to be himself. Reciprocate energy and effort. And the last one I'll read, be genuine, respectful, acknowledging, effectively communicating. There was a response to that comment. My bad. It's just the way it was lined up. If you want to see the rest of the comments.
10-7 Kansas City.
Oh, thank you. You can go to Patreon, patreon.com/Yonci if you want to see all of the other comments that were not read tonight. Woohoo! All right, I want to see what kind of mood my guy is going to be in this evening. All right, so any other thoughts on how a woman can show respect? Respect is really big for guys. So how can a woman show respect?
Respond to my phone call or text in a timely manner. Like you don't have to do it immediately. Like I'm not looking for a response within like 5 seconds or so, but you shouldn't wait. I shouldn't have to wait a day for you to respond to a voicemail. You know.
Okay.
You know, if I call you, because me personally, I don't like leaving messages for people. That's just a habit of mine. I've had that since I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But if I call you, and if I leave you a message, that means you're important enough for me to say, hey, you know, this is why I called. Please call me back. Because if I call you, you're going to get a notification on your phone that says this person called. I would think that if somebody were to see that, they should be like, oh, he called me.
But do you think that if a woman doesn't call back, that would be a sign of her not being interested?
Yes.
Okay. Ladies, is that safe to assume that if you're not responding in a timely manner, that you are not interested in that gentleman?
Well, I might have missed part of the conversation. Well, sorry, I mean jump in front of you, but
he was saying respond back in a timely manner.
Okay. A way to show respect is don't criticize the man how he does things. This is something that's severely underrated. I don't know why he does it this way, or I don't like look as long as it got done. Some women, not all, want you to do it. They want to tell you how to do it. So a way to show respect, let him do it the way he needs to do it, or he feels best. Just respect it that it got done.
To piggyback off of that, you've made mention of this multiple times, and I've seen it multiple times where women get a little too excited and a little too vested too early. Mm-hmm. I think being respectful that I don't know you and you don't know me like that. I think it's just kind of being just that awareness of like there's a lot more, like this person has lived, 20-some, 30-some, 40-some years. There's a lot that you don't know about the person. So like you said, off of what Jacob said, like he might do things in a different way or she might do things in a different way. So like I think you just have to be thoughtful and mindful that like, hey, I don't know them like that. So like let me proceed, with like a relative amount of respect,
Okay.
So read the comments. People still showed up late. Like, dang, we still don't.
Yeah.
That's another thing here. Some free statistic game for you. People check their phone 55 times a day.
That part.
88% of those times are during the workday. So, again, I don't know if it's the sisterhood or just women just having a habit of lying for each other, but we're trying to make up excuses. But nobody is busy enough that they don't check their phone outside of the women who work, like are surgeons or on trial attorneys or people who work in top secret classified spaces that can't have their phones. But outside of that, those numbers apply to those people. So if a woman is telling you that she didn't see your text or yada yada yada, odds are, bro, she saw the text. She saw the text she wanted to respond to. She talking to you because she's bored and he's busy.
Whoop.
Ooh, because a woman that's interested gonna tell you, hey, look, I'm finna walk into this meeting. I'm unavailable. She gonna a guy will do the same thing. I'm unavailable. Hey, for the next hour, I'm in this meeting. I won't have my phone.
I
I'm
love
going
it.
in the secure area
Mhm.
of the building. I'm in, in the SOC or whatever. If you're in operations, you know what that means. Like I'm in this, I can't have my phone. They'll tell you. If you need to reach me in an emergency, they'll give you protocol what to do. Hey, if you need to get me, call this number and tell them this, and you'll get me.
Yeah, but
I used to work in a
somewhere.
SNF or at a facility where we couldn't even bring our phones into the building. Like we had to leave them in the parking lot. And the parking lot's a mile from the building that we work in. And then we're underground doing whatever we're doing. So again, I would let people know, like, hey, from 8 to 5, I'm not gonna have my phone. I may be able to log into Facebook and check it at some point or my email, but outside of that, if it's an emergency, call me at my desk. Call me in my office. But all of that, I couldn't reach you. I didn't know all of that's bullshit. It's not real.
I appreciate it. I had a woman I was dating, and she would just tell me, I would call her sometime, and we're friends. I just don't feel like talking today. I would much rather somebody say, like, I'm in a mood. She was really good about communicating. I'm in the mood, and I just don't really feel like talking to anybody. It wasn't me. It was just like she was dealing with something with her family. She said, I just don't want to talk today, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Yeah.
But again, it's that communication we were talking about earlier. That's an adult thing to say. Look, I had a bad day where I just don't want to talk to nobody. I'm going home. I'll catch up with you in the morning. Cool.
So I have a question, Yonci, just on the woman's side of the game, because something I don't quite understand, and mind you, this is not pertaining to the early stages of dating, but why? I don't quite understand. Like I said, I'm new to this. Why would a woman like read your text messages? Like, why would she show the red receipt? Like, because I just got an iPhone, so like I have like a secondary phone. I'm on an Android right now. No, I'm on an Android right now. Listen, we play, playing support. But I have both phones, so I experienced the whole red receipt thing because I've heard about it, the dreaded red receipt, and I was like,
You're brave to turn them
okay,
on.
say it again.
You're brave to turn them on.
I didn't even. Well, my cousin set up my phone, so I have no idea how it works.
Yeah, I think that happens automatically, but go ahead.
I have no. But I was just going to ask, like, from a woman's perspective, because mind you, I had that happen. Like, a girl was beefing with me at some point, but she kept on like reading my thing, and I just assumed, I'm like, why can't you just say what you have to say because you're old? But I don't know. Is that just to say like I'm mad at you or something? Is that what it is? Like I didn't think we were really beefing. I thought it was just like maybe.
Yeah, what kinds of things were you
Oh
asking?
no, that's it.
Something that required. So that for me, like if somebody asked me a question that requires me to go get information or something like that, that's when I will read it and then leave it unread, But
No, this was like I was asking. So for instance, there was a situation that happened, but I didn't think it was that big of a deal, right? I was like, whatever. And then I would text her like, "Hey, did you get this?" or "Hey, did you do this?" It was just like things that were like required her response and stuff like that. It wasn't research or anything else like that. And it was like a bunch of messages over like 2 or 3 days that she just read. Like it was like, did you intend to read them and then you just didn't respond? I mean, eventually, like we didn't talk after that, just because I'm like, you could have just said whatever the issue was. And so I was just wondering, is that like a common practice? Because I've heard it is, like as I did research on it.
Oh, I didn't. I haven't known someone to do that. For me, I always say it shows you how the person feels about you, the response time. Because there are some people where I'm like, okay, I'll get back when I get back to him, and then there are people like my guy who, as soon as ding, I'm like responding, hearting it, whatever. So I would just say it's definitely a reflection of where you stand with that person, or if they are pissed off. Which of course it's passive aggressive to just not respond.
It is. That's what I was like. I was like, you could have just said what your issue was, and we could have just squashed it, or maybe you didn't want to talk. That was cool. But like I said, we were really cool, and then that started happening, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna let you breathe because apparently I did something wrong.
Yeah, something got her in her feelings for sure.
Yeah.
So I accidentally lumped because it was like a 2-parter. I lumped it into one. So we're just gonna have the 4 questions tonight. So we are gonna move on to question number 4. I got all my little notes here from the past how much you guys have put on the books. See, I'll be honest, trying to keep everything honest. All right, so whoops, let me hit this. Question number 4. This is a question that was submitted to me from actually one of the guys. He said, would you approach a woman who is out someplace with a guy thinking the guy could be a boyfriend or husband, an early date, or even just a friend or a relative? And so I asked the men and they gave their answers. So I would like to hear y'all's answers if you're okay being put on the spot. And then also, what do you think the men said, the overwhelming majority?
I would never approach a woman if she's already with men, because I'm already going to assume that they're together. You know, that's just plain and simple for me, because I'm not going to approach a woman to try to talk to her and then have her man come up and clock me in the back of my head. Nah, I'm not trying to have that happen. Yeah, I don't care. Like, I'm automatically gonna think that they're together, even though they could be, like you said, you know, a best friend or just a guy friend. Even if she's with a gay dude, like a gay, or if I'm looking at dude and if he seems kind of, you know, on that side of things, I wouldn't even approach her then, because she might reject me, and then that dude might try to holler at me. I'm like, whoa, bro, I ain't trying to have that, you know. And I've actually had that happen to me before, you know. So,
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, I wouldn't approach her, man. I learned young. I'm not trying to do that.
Okay, what are y'all saying, and what do you think the guy said overwhelmingly?
I'm a hunter, so if I'm out,
Independent,
you were fine enough for me to get my attention.
Shoot or shoot.
I'm shoot or shoot. You can be with 4 fat girls, and I'd be less likely to talk to you then, because I don't want to have to like navigate through that pond of hippopotamuses to get to the gazelle.
You know what? I really like my monetization.
Well, that was really graphic.
But I would.
That was a visual. I definitely had a visual.
If it's a dude, though, I'm just gonna watch and see how you interact. And then even if you're on a date, if you're saying maybe you're on a first date that's going bad, and you know, come speak to both of you guys. Let's start a conversation, and if you choosing, and then you've been chosen, he gonna do 2 things: respect it or not. Either way, the end result's gonna be the same.
Let me say, I'm gonna read the question. Like it says, would I? Yeah, if she that bad, because I don't want to go home and think about what I could have done.
That's the worst.
I'd rather shoot, and then if
Find out your brother.
That's exactly.
Then find out later, and then tell your friends, I saw this girl, she was bad. What you do? Nothing. It's like the conversation kind of over. I'd rather shoot my shot, see what happens. Hey, do you take an L? Like I said, I've told on this platform. My day, I've been in the club 0 for 12. I mean, I'm just gonna keep shooting.
So do you?
I would feel the same. I would feel the way you feel.
Guy, is this you, or you talk to the girl directly in that scenario?
It depends on the scenario. I mean, you got to watch Pete. If you might ask, hey, is she with you? You might just go straight to her. It just depends on what's happening in the moment. Like you, but I'm rather shoot my shot than go home for the next week thinking about this bad girl I saw that I was like Willie said. She got to be something that's really gonna make me want to go over there and do something. I'm not talking about somebody who's just kind of cute.
My mentor met his wife like that. She was out somewhere with a guy. It was like their 4th date. He walked over to him and started talking to him, and she realized that, you know, he was a better option. They've been married for 18 years. Wow.
So, I would feel the way that you feel, you know, if I saw a group of girls, like if I'm out and I see a bunch of women together, and I'll be like, oh, I want to talk to that girl, but I'm not going, and I choose
That's
not to.
Way harder.
I will feel regret if it was another girl, if it was a bunch of women, because
that's way harder.
Huh?
That's way harder than talking to a woman that's with one man.
Oh shoot! No, it's not that hard, bro.
You gotta navigate through 4 different attitudes.
I've talked to
if you're the guy that the girl woman you likes, her ugly friends like you too. So having to get through the ugly friends who are mad because you're not talking to them to get to the girl you want to talk to, most men can't do that. You have a better chance of going and talking to a guy that, most men can't do that for hyper attractive women, because a lot of women who are really attractive hang out with ugly women because it makes them look better. And you have a really hard time of navigating through all of that attitude, all of those, oh man, the last time I came to the club, I went home with a dude, he never called me back. Like, you have a hard time dealing with that to even get to the girl that you actually want. So unless you're a really, really confident an overall desirable guy, I wouldn't recommend that at all because those women will traumatize you.
Okay.
Or you're a mechanic. Or you're a mechanic. Wait, 1 second. Also, if you're a mechanic or an engineer, you can do it. So I love situations like this because what I would do if it was a man and a woman in a situation and I really like the woman, or I thought that was the thing, I'm going to talk to both of them and we're just going to have a general cool conversation. I'm going to collect enough information to kind of know and see not only what the situation is, but potentially create another situation for the future if I think I can. If it's women, if it's a group of women, I'm going to treat your girlfriends good and make them love me so it'll be easier for me to have access. So, but it definitely is. I will agree with Willie. It's way more intricate dealing with multiple women because there's definitely a lot more maneuvers that you have to make as opposed to if it's just a woman with a guy.
You got to talk to the fat friend first and just go have a regular conversation with her. Just talk to her and ignore the girl you want. And then after that,
Yeah.
include the as like so you pick the ugliest one and you work your way down as like the order.
Facially challenged, Willie.
Yeah.
Calling someone ugly is not to get you demonetized. I promise.
I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it like this.
I've done this a time of 30. So you pick the ugly one, and then you go from 3 to 2. 1 is the one you want. So you've included everybody except for the pretty one in the conversation. She's going to want to be involved because she's like, damn, why are you talking about ugly ass friends when he looks like that or he has stuff together? And once she involves herself, you got her. Like it's
okay. So I'm gonna tell you something, Willie. See, here's the thing. You just have a different metric of how you look at women and how you perceive them to be like ugly, different things. Like I'm gonna tell you something. I don't think I've ever talked to a woman that other people will say is unattractive. Because I believe that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And if I see a beautiful woman, if I see a woman, I don't care if she's, thick or anything. My thing is as long as you're healthy, because I used to be connected with this young woman, thick, but she is gorgeous, like straight up, like thick in the hips, and she got all of it. She curvy and everything. Beautiful, baddie. Okay. We connected. I used to work with her, right? And she would complain about, guys, I want to go out, but I don't want to talk to a whole bunch of guys. And I'm like, let's just hang out. Let's link up. But that's beside the point. But what I really want to emphasize to you is, and I want to respond to this woman's comment area that you pulled up, Yonci. I heard that men don't approach women because of the possibility of getting rejected. I've been rejected by women. If I'm talking to a woman and she's with her girlfriends, I've been rejected also, but I've gotten a few numbers doing that straight up.
But I'm gonna take Robin's comment to like you just got to know going in. It's like going in front of fire squad. You're gonna take some hits.
Of course.
But again, I'm back.
Women are gonna do that regardless.
You just know you're gonna get talked but it can work in your favor if you work the group. That's another level of conversation. But you're gonna get talked about. But I just don't want to ever go home and see somebody I should have talked to. Like that, you just never know what can happen. Like
what do you think the overwhelming majority of guys voted?
The overwhelming majority of guys aren't the men that women want, so they voted as such.
All right, let's see what the survey says. Guys said 93% said they would not approach. Yeah, I did not see your answers going this way, actually.
Because they can't. That's the thing. They can't do it. Those who can will, and those who can't coach or do whatever. However the saying goes, that's why they can't do it, so they don't. That 7%, I guarantee, if you went and looked and saw who's inside that 7%, I bet you I can pick out those men from the entire group.
And keep in mind, we're not talking about some guy in the corner hugged up kissing his girl, and you go try. We're not talking about nothing stupid. We're talking about a chance like where you hey, wait a minute, you can make a move. Some when somebody's with their wife or spouse or what. Like, come on.
Say like if me, you,
I always look at
Monte, if me, you, and Monte were out and a dude walked up and was like, "Oh, well, she with 2 dudes," odds are one of those is probably not her dudes. That's a sensible thing to think. Now he would be rebuffed by both of us. I'd be like, "No, that's my partner's girl," and he'd be like, "No, that's my woman." But that's different than just seeing a woman out with a bunch of guys. That's how she just might be one of the fellas. And excuse me, since you can't get her, let me try. Or, you know what I'm saying, it makes sense, but we're not going, a girl who's like rubbing on her man's face and like kissing on him and, grabbing his inside his thigh under the table. Like, we're not fixed to go over there and do that because that, that's when men tend to get violent behind women that actually already, pushing off in. So I don't think that I think that's unrealistic to even think would be happening because again, it takes a man who is capable of a great amount of violence to be comfortable enough to do that type of stuff. And that's also, the split seems like 7% of men might be capable of that type of happening because physicality. It takes a special.
Okay. Hey, Nayusi, good to have you, sir.
Hey, what's going on?
Good. I said, she said, what's going on? I said, good. My bad. I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you approach a woman if you were single that's out somewhere with a guy?
I was trying to get on, but I think brother just took the words out of my mouth because basically, if it's not obvious, then there's only one way to find out.
Ooh, game on.
I'm observant, so I'll watch. And and like he was saying, if they hugged up, that's a different scenario.
Yeah.
I'm too old to be trying to be in fights at this.
If another man can't tell that you with your man, that means your man probably don't like you.
Look, wait a minute. So why did I have this conversation with someone about being romantic and whatever? And I said, because they were talking about all these things that a platonic friend could do. They were like things that you're being nice, and it's inspired one of the posts that will come out later. Was talking about what's the difference between being nice and kind and being romantic. I always say the difference between romantic is stuff that would be inappropriate for someone else to do. Like I could be guy friends with you and buy you a gift. I could be guy friends with you, girl guy friends and be thoughtful, but I can't rub on your back. I can't, kiss on you. Like, so to me, those are things that should be stepped up for people who struggle with being romantic or being affectionate. If all the stuff you're doing is stuff that would be totally appropriate for your brother to do to her,
Damn.
that's a bad look.
I don't think a man should do anything nice. The difference between doing something nice and kind to a woman is if you want to sleep with her or not.
What?
I think the metric for a man is if he wants to sleep with you or not. Because if a man wants to sleep with you, anything that he's doing is towards that end, regardless if he said it's not.
But what I'm saying is if you're in a relationship and the guy is,
100%.
you should be happy because I bought you this thing and I took you here. Like, I feel like there should be displays, especially in public, where it's no confusion. Like, oh, Jacob, that's if it's not his lady, he's on a date with her. Like, there should be no confusion when we're out and about that that's my guy. I'm your, And some couples, you see him and you ever met somebody and you found out years later, like, dang, that's his girl. Like, they don't even sit next to each other. They're hardly interacting. You never see any like physicality. Like,
yeah, because they both cheating on each. One of them cheating on each other, if not both. Like that's just we could argue until you blue in the face. If I'm sitting with somebody and like if I was out and I didn't know that was his wife or something, that's because she didn't want people to know that was her husband, or vice versa. Because if you see me out with a woman, one of two things is happening. I'm either already sleeping with her or she's my woman. Either way, we're on the track to her becoming my woman. So you won't ever see me or any guy who likes his woman out and you not know it. None of us know what mom's woman looks like for the most part, right? But I guarantee if you saw him and her out, you would know that was his woman. I guarantee it. Never seen Jacob or Nayusi with a woman ever, but I guarantee you, if you saw either one of them out with women, you would know that they were spoken for at a minimum. At a minimum, because of just how those men conduct themselves and carry themselves. So if we went out and I was with Paul and I saw Paul and his wife, and I'm like, damn, I didn't know y'all was married. It's because one of those two things. And again, nothing wrong with it. However, the fact remains is if a man likes his woman, that's his woman.
There you go.
You don't want everyone to know that's his woman.
Everything.
Facts. We can sum this. Look, we have a lot of different episodes and conversations, but just maybe the takeaway, man. I don't know what's up with adults these days. If you like somebody, act like it. Like, what's up? What?
Like, who can be the most uninterested? But again, even for the people who are even eligible, not the people who are outside looking in. But it seems like for desirable men, the upper end of the average men, and then from average to above average women, like there's a race to see who can be the least interested in the other person, so they can maintain the frame of, well, you chased me, I didn't chase you, or you asked me to be your girl, blah blah blah, because then they feel like they don't have to work as hard or do as much in that relationship. which for those people it
That
works.
relationship.
But those are also the reason why a lot of those people tend to be the reason why platforms like Yonci are so successful and important, because they ended up in this cycle of failed relationships and then decide that one day, let me go seek a relationship expert out to go figure out what I'm doing wrong. And then they sign up for a class and I'm like, oh damn, I was the problem.
Sure.
Write $1 for every time someone says that. Oh, that's why I'm single.
That's
Now,
the beauty of coaching.
Can I say something to
And
that?
that's the beauty of coaching and mentorship. And Willie, you said something earlier about working for somebody for some period to learn the game. I'm gonna say this in love, life, corporate America, coaching, mentorship is gold. Everybody's doing it. Highly successful people are doing it.
Save yourself a lot of time.
Jacob, I'm 6 figures I'm not gonna say in the whole. I've invested over 6 figures in the coaching and mentorship. So when I
money
tell
well
you,
spent.
you get your money back. I could have spent that money in a strip club and had fun for a night, but I spent that in a coach and I'm having fun for my life. And it's the best money ever.
There you go.
You have to be able to have the money, obviously, so that before anyone tries to argue there. But you have to just be willing to be humble enough to say, hey, I do not know how to do this.
Yes.
And I don't know. I want to be better, or even more so, I want to be like you. There's a very popular male coach. I'm not going to say his name because we don't advertise for free, but he has a coaching program that costs $20,000. And in this coaching program, you learn to network with other men and to increase your value to other men of means. And by doing that, women are just a byproduct that comes with it. It's the first thing you'll notice, because they'll see you talking to a guy that they like, they want to be around, and these women flock to these men, and they assume that you're one of those men as well. So once you've ingratiated yourself in that circle, you've done the coaching, you've done the work and all that stuff, women for those men aren't even there's no lift there. It's just they're a byproduct of waking up in the morning. Several people. Alex Hermosi charges $100,000 for a one day meet and greet. That's what I'm saving up for now. So there's plenty of people charging $20,000 American, and you get your money's worth. The money that I've spent, I've got back 30x.
Well, basically, I need to up my bands and kind of ditch my therapy.
So the first thing you need to do is humble yourself and be willing to actually listen to a coach. I know coaches who will coach you for $500 to $1,000, and you can go get $1 billion worth of game from them, but you just have to be willing to actually listen to them and not argue, and just have a spirit where you're like, okay, I actually want to do something different, and I'm not going to keep blaming this girl, that girl, this experience, that experience, and focus more on your outcome. It's not about the money. The money will come after. The money is the easiest. The only thing on earth easier to get than money, there's 2 things. It's vagina and water. Those are the only 2 things that are easier to get than money.
See, for me, the thing is, well, it's easy for you, but it's not easy for me.
It's easy.
It's not easy for me. It's not easy for me because I didn't grow up with the mindset of going to get a woman for this purpose and this purpose only.
Neither did I. The only difference is the amount of effort that I've put in.
And I'm proud of the fact that I don't look at women just for sex alone.
No one. That's not. I don't look at women for
I
sex
would
alone.
try to be nice and be respectful because I grew up in the church, okay, and I know people are gonna get at me in the comments again. But my thing is, when I grew up, as I was growing up and through my life, when I looked at women, I don't look at women as just one thing and one thing only. I want to see how you are. I want to get to know you, the person. And everybody's going to criticize me, but that's just the way that I operate. I don't look at women and say, be like, oh, I'm going to sleep with her, and I'm going to go to this woman, go to that woman. It's not easy for me because I don't look for that. I don't look for pussy. You know what I'm saying? I want substance. I want opportunity. And people are mad at me for thinking that, and that's what pisses me off.
No, I'm gonna give you some free game that I got that you should understand. One, the only difference between me and you is our skin complexion and the amount of work that I've done to get to where I want to go. Nothing that I've done is patented. Nothing that I've done only works for me. If you put in the same amount of work that I did the same things I did, you'd have the same, if not better, results. So all the excuses you have, like I don't look for women for pussy, me neither. I was raised in the church, me too. I went to the same church, T.D. Jakes' church, before he was a weirdo, 3 times a week until I was almost 18 years old. So all the excuses that you make is just it's a negative self-talk. The only excuse you have for where you are in life is that you haven't done anything different. And I have. I assure you, if we went back in time and I put you right next to me, like with my group of friends, because we're all in the same places now, and you did the same things we did, you would have the exact same results, because copyright means success is no copy. It's not copywritten. If you do the same action, you'll get the same results. The difference now is that I don't have a victim mindset and you do. And this is me coming from a place of love from you. So being pissed off about it, change is uncomfortable. Getting mad is the first thing you're going to have to feel, anger, to actually want to change. So again, coming from a place of love, the outcomes you have are 100% your fault, because you chose to do those things. You chose to make those decisions, and you chose to put yourself in those spaces and allow those women to have access to you to do as much damage as you have done, as they have done to you. And again, at the end of the day, Paul, that is your fault. Now, when you get successful and you change everything and you start doing the work that you need to do in order to get to a position to have these conversations from my side from my vantage point, you will also be able to say that this is my fault. It's my fault I'm successful. It's my fault that when I walk into a room, women pay attention. It's my fault that when I walk into a room, women stop talking to their men to look at me. It's my fault that I'm successful, and that when I want to go buy something, I don't look at my bank account. I just swap my credit card. You will be able to sell those things when you do the work. So right now, you being mad and without having done the work, sir, is the most feminine thing that you can do. And that's the one thing you have to change. Just do the work. Stop being mad. Stop crying about it. Stop whining about it. Stop talking about it. This is the 9th show we've had this same conversation. If you start doing the work, and I will help you. If you start, as a matter of fact, if you may never know who paid for that free coaching session for you, it was me. So again, if you just do the work, you'll get the results, but you got to stop crying about it, because nobody wants you are. And by crying, I'm not saying specifically, so we're not saying technically, but whining about it, bringing it up as if you're the victim, and understand that it's your fault. If you talked about your experiences from a standpoint where I did this, and you're just sharing things you've done and taking ownership of them, people would look at you different. You wouldn't have to worry about being embarrassed because, well, when I spit game, it comes across as I'm coming across as a stick or a character because it's corny. Like, you wouldn't have those problems. All you have to do is the work. And until you do the work, you won't get the outcome, bro, ever. And that's just man to man. Like the same thing I tell my son, my brother, or any of my frat brothers or my business associates. You're not going to get this outcome that me, Mont, Jacob, Yonci, Monte, and the rest of us have until you do the work. And talking about it is not going to get you there.
And the hard part, I tell you what I learned in my life and journey is I'm the problem and the solution. And that's what I really got in coaching. Even when I was right. I mean, I remember this conversation with my executive coach one day, and he was like, Jacob, you're right. But this is what you're doing wrong. It's how it might have been how I was delivering it, how I was sharing it, how I was showing up. I had the answer. And he was like, you're 100% right. But it's the what you were doing and how you're doing it. And what he kept reminding me of, it's in my control and my power. And it's how I approach it and how I deal with it will help. The minute you learn it's you, because I'm same situation. Paul, I grew up Kojic. Man, I didn't go to a movie in the theater. I think I've shared this with you. I was like a senior in high school. You talk about somebody who was socially awkward. Like, I didn't do nothing. Like, we didn't listen to rap music. I remember hearing Aretha Franklin song for the first time, and I was like, man, this is a great song. People are like, you don't know who the hell this is? What's wrong with you? Like, I'm talking about you. I don't think you could be more socially awkward than I was. Like, I didn't know anything. But again, back to, I guess the how can I say this? What most men want to do, particularly black men, we just want the opportunity to grow up and mature and get better in life. I really think that's the goal of life. And I hate to see a young man's life cut short because he didn't get the chance to be all he could be. I'm not saying that's you, Paul. I'm just saying in general. But the quicker you can figure out that you can control things and you can control your destiny, and I agree everything what Willie said. Once you figure out you can take the same information, apply it, and get a similar outcome, in some cases better, it's a beautiful thing, man. I do think that sometimes we just get in our own way. I know I was in my own way early on. I was in my feelings at times. I didn't take feedback. I thought people were judging me. They were, picking on me. They didn't understand me. You know what I mean? And the minute I took ownership of the situation, things started to improve for me. And again, I've shared that conversation at my come to Jesus moment. I was in the parking lot in Atlanta at Homewood Studios, and my best friend called me a B, and I was acting like one. And it was the best thing ever. He told me. This story. I have to tell this story one day when we have more time. I ain't gonna take paid for a time. This man got out of bed, drove to the store, bought a 40 and a Black and Mild, had a conversation with me and told me about myself. I mean, he read me like a book. He hurt my feelings. Best thing ever. He loved me enough to tell me. I heard him driving to the store. I mean, this is not made up. He's like, look, I got to talk to you. He got out of bed with his wife. It's like, I need to talk to him. This man drove to the store, bought a Black and Mild, lit it. I heard him flick the lighter. He lit it, took a sip of his drink. He said, let me tell you something. And he went on for 30 minutes and told me everything I was doing wrong. I was sitting in the, I ain't gonna say I came to tears, but I sure got close. Best thing ever. Best thing ever. Best advice ever. He loved me enough to tell me what I was doing wrong, and so I could do something different. So
the hardest thing is always looking in the mirror, for sure.
I don't think that's the hardest thing for men at all. I think the hardest thing is actually doing something.
That's true.
The hardest thing for me is not doing it. I'm just not doing enough.
You're not doing it at all.
And that's something that I just expressed a vulnerability that even as you were talking to me, as I'm thinking about it, I know I'm not doing enough, and that's the problem.
Paul, we're all telling you that you're not doing it at all.
No, I'm not doing enough because I know what I'm doing.
Right,
but I'm doing. I just need to add more to
the conversation, Paul. Like one, you have to be willing to
see that's one thing I don't like about you, Willie. You're discrediting what I just said. I know what I'm doing.
What you just said, I'm disproving it. There's a difference. The way that your conversation proves you're not doing anything because you get the same results. So if you're getting the exact same results, you don't have the woman that you want. You're not a man that other men respect, and you're not a man that women generally find as admirable. But those are things you want to be. You're not doing anything to get there because you're not listening to people that are already there. Which is my point. I understand why you don't like people in my position because it's a position you want to be in, and then you might not like me personally because I'm not going to sugarcoat anything to you. Because the world is not
who said I didn't like you because of that?
Well, your previous statement alluded to it. The world's not soft for you. You are a black man in America. No one owes you soft. No one owes you kind.
Nobody owes me a damn thing. I know that.
Exactly. But then stop expecting you from other people, which is what you seem to do. And you won't get you from me. You aren't in me. You aren't in Nayusa. You aren't in the man that you want to be like because you doesn't work for those things. What you works for is being comfortable where you are. Going to Comic-Con conventions, being by yourself, having the occasional company of a woman every now and then, getting to a certain point, and then she uses you as the filler until she gets her ideal guy. That's what works for you. That's what being you does now. That's not what you want. And I understand that. And I wouldn't want that for you. I don't want that for any man, to be honest. I don't want any man to be a placeholder for women. But what you're doing right now is the process you follow every day when you wake up. Who you are, what you do, how you think, your mindset, your life that you apply to things is not working because you do not have the outcome that you claim to want. So nobody on this panel views women as only for vagina. However, people in positions understand that men have something that women don't have and we control access to, and that's marriage and relationships. So we approach things from that way because we put ourselves in a position to. If you put yourself in that position, you don't have to worry about women half-ass calling you back. You don't have to worry about women texting you who this or talking to you like you're one of their homeboys or friend zoning you because they know that you're one of the guys that can give them something they want. So even if you're not the number one guy they're thinking of, being number 2 or 3 that they can actually reach makes it work for you. It works in your favor. If you put my mind in your body, you get the same results. The difference is you refuse to listen to it. So if you put money in coaching right now, like say, hey, I'll give you the $20,000 to go take this man's coach, right? I paid $20,000 for you. I'm setting that money on fire because you're not going to receive what he's saying. You're not going to internalize it and then actionize it, which is what you have to do when you're being coached. You're not coachable. Anytime we say something to you, it comes across as it pisses you off. Like, you know who that's what women do. They get mad. Like, if the way that we say something to you is what stops you from taking good advice, you deserve to stay where you are. Because good advice is good advice no matter how it's given to you. Like, especially as a man. So if it's more important for you to feel good about what you're being told, then you deserve to stay as weird, as awkward, and as insignificant as you are to women and your peers until you prioritize not feeling that way more than you prioritize feeling good about what you're being told.
Well, I think this is a great time to share that we have some juicy updates. This has never happened before on a submitted question. Make sure you stick around because, like I said, we have never had this happen. There is context being given by, I'm assuming, the other party.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. What you talking about here? Hold on. You talking in riddles here.
I'm just saying.
What we doing, Yonci?
This is not the time to step away from your computer screen or your phone or from wherever you're watching this show. By the way, guys, if you're liking the show, comment.
Getting good at this, y'all. Look.
Comment, like, just spell it out in the comments if you're around and you're enjoying it. Ooh, my eyes bugged out. I'm so glad I just happened to check my Instagram. Okay, I want to read these comments first and then we'll move on. Okay, so still on the same topic about by the way, we've added 2 hours and 5 minutes to the show. I asked Diana if her contribution was a love offering or a show extender, and she said it is a love extender. All right. So
how late we go until right now?
Right now we are 2 hours and 5 minutes, so we're going to 11:05 Central Time, which is midnight Eastern. Okay, so this guy said, funny story. In line for a concert, started chatting with a couple who invited me to sit with them.
Ooh.
That could have gone left. I bought a tequila shot, which the sister had interest in. I offered to buy one for her and her husband, to which she replied, that ain't my husband, we're just friends. Next thing you know, we're exchanging numbers. Incognito? Oh, I guess she didn't want to hurt his feelings. Next thing, only time I've done that, though, we actually laugh about it today. Okay, someone else says, no, that is awkward ASF. Whether it's boyfriend, husband, cousin, friend, etc., it's really weird and an unnecessary risk, also out of respect. Maybe means disrespectful. Plus, she's 100% more likely to act like she's not interested when surrounded, even if she was interested. As to why, I have no idea. I don't agree with that. The man will also get defensive for no reason. Someone else said, it's a no for me. Someone else said, nah, I wouldn't do it. First of all, if they're actually together, that's disrespectful to both individuals and whatever union they have going on. Also, I feel like this is a high risk, low reward situation. It's already a risk and disrespect in the situation if they're together, or relationship if they're together, but they're not together. You approach the man first, which is what I would do, indeed, if I were to indeed do this. There's a decent number of women who would take offense to the fact that you approach the man first, feeling that you're seeking permission from someone she's not with. I disagree with that too. So yeah, there's a lot that could go wrong. Could she also be the one? Sure. But in my opinion, there's more the exception than the rule. If they're actually together, her being the one for you and y'all having life together, the type of stuff that usually only happens in movies. Also, I would say for the ladies, if your intention is to go out and be approached by a man, don't go out with just your male friend. Most of us aren't going to approach you in that situation. I'm not saying all. I'm not saying at all. I am not at all saying don't go out with your male friend. Just don't expect to be approached when you do and to be mad that no one did. Not Yonci getting involved in this shenanigans. Sir, is this a love offering or is this an extension? Oh, you're muted.
I read his lips. He said that's an extension.
That's what it sounded like. Yeah, that's what I heard.
It's just love. It's just love.
Oh, thank you, sir. So great.
First cam, now you Yonci. Bet.
And the way to show love is to keep you on the air and talking longer. So,
Aw.
Jacob. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna read one more. He says, F no. But he spelled it out. If she approached me or made it blatantly obvious, then we could talk. But for me to approach a woman who's with a man, nah. I'm from the Bay Area and seen these situations end very badly. It is never that serious.
It's
All
always
right.
them people in Cali and Texas. They just be on something different, man.
I'm from Texas, and I just told you what I was on. So I don't think the people in the Bay Area, they just soft and emotional anyway. They worse than men in Atlanta.
Wow.
What the hell up with this Atlanta? Man, we just couldn't go without having an Atlanta dish.
Hey, R.I.P. to Rich Homie Quan though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that. I
yeah.
hate to see young men like, man.
If you're a drug addict and you owe, I don't have sympathy for nobody to kill themselves
Man.
using drugs. So,
I just want to see young blood, especially young black men, reach their potential. I just want to see them grow old, man. I didn't see a lot of that growing up, so I just love to see black men get older, grow, mature. You just want a chance, man.
the
Like,
difference though, like with your era, you came from the era of drug dealers. These kids come from they were raised by drug users, so
yeah.
they tend to follow in their parents' suit. So I feel bad for his children, but you're a grown ass man. If you decide to do drugs and you die from it, bro, that's on you.
Yeah, one thing I am glad is that they're actually talking about the causes, because that's one thing I hate is that when no one talks about the cause, and so you just think that somebody like just had some random mystery illness, So I'm glad that they at least mentioned it, so that like I said, he still had a great life in a lot of capacities, but like at least there's a proverb to it, hey, let's do a little bit better with our health and our bodies.
For sure. My goal, my ask or want is for everybody to achieve their potential in life, particularly men. And I guess I'm from that era where we were told growing up we weren't gonna make it to 21, man. And I just want to see black men get to their potential. All men, but I got a special affinity for brothers. Man, I want to see y'all get wherever you're trying to get, whatever that is. I just want you to get it. As long as you ain't trying to kill nobody doing it.
Right.
Yep.
All right, y'all. Well, the time has come.
I have a question.
Get to this thing you were telling us about. You set it up and then you start talking about how much time and love offerings. Come on, guys. Quit playing with us.
Okay, so we normally get submitted questions, and I always want the person to come on, even if they come on anonymously, just to give context, because there's so much you need from the story. From the submitted question. What we don't usually get is the other side. So let's start out with the submitted question. Okay. All right. Yes, child. All right. So here we go. All right. Here's the submitted question. Okay. Let me put it up here. I like this better. Yonci, what would make a man leave his family and not support them? I know a few women this has happened to. She then... Why the laughter?
Oh, bad.
She then followed up.
Keep going.
She then followed up and said, the man moved to another state and started a new life, won't send money home. Wife is filing for divorce.
Okay. All right.
And this Brian McKnight, like, didn't he do that?
This just popped up.
Oh, snaps.
Damn.
Okay, let's see here.
Read that. I can't read it.
Hey, you forgot to block his name out.
No, he's on my page, so everyone can see.
Oh, I was going to say this. I like him. I was going to say
Salute.
So he came on the page and said this. Anyone can see if they go there right now.
Oh, God, I was going to say this.
He said the children are not of his blood, which he discovered years into the marriage. He got very specific. He said they are his stepchildren. She was loud, vulgar, haggers. I don't know what haggers means. Demeans and utter disrespectful, emotionally abusive, dismissive, emotionally and physically unfaithful, neglects health and fitness, insists upon not growing, expanding her intelligence, conflict resolution. She managed to turn the family against him, breathing a harmful narrative where he's the villain whom doesn't deserve any means of appreciation.
Submitted question, submitted answer.
She was trifling.
He said submitted question, submitted answer.
She was trifling, got fat. She was also being a whore. Like, bro, you win. Thank you.
Okay. Can I?
Of having to explain how this is possibly the woman's fault. Thank you, bro.
Okay, I respect this so much. Not even because we don't know all the things, but like men speaking up and saying things and telling the whole narrative. A lot of times we just let it breathe and let it slide and let people look like angels out here when that was going to be where I went to. He said, submit a question, submit an answer. Like, I have to respect that.
Wow.
I love this for him.
Man,
now,
this week.
Yes.
we want to know who said this so we can know who's trash.
Right.
Well, she's watching the episode right now, but man, I just hope that you know that, haha.
She might be hitting Yonci up in a minute.
No, she shouldn't. This woman should be disqualified from any type of service you provide.
You need to coach her, Yonci. I don't know. She might not
She
be.
is worse than the women who vote in men's polls. Like she is the most low down of dog women. Like what?
So can we get to this point, because what the bigger point of the question is, yeah. So all the time, and I think I wrote this in one of my responses, and maybe you're going to read some of it. Is that there's a power that a lot of young women or women in general find in being the victim, and so they'll create a narrative where it's like, hey, I'm only going to tell part the story so that this person can look crazy so I can continue to receive sympathy. Like, and I don't
there's specific thing, because I've seen men do the same thing and it drives me nuts, because I'm like, when you're talking to your family and friends, you're giving that one side, which makes the woman look like a lunatic.
No facts. But the thing is that, like, give me an example. I was going through a particular situation, and I literally had to prove, just because it's there's this narrative that goes around that like men just leave their kids, right? That's like a thing in the African American community sometimes, where it's like, oh, men just left their kids, and never talked about. I literally have been going through a court case for 10 months where definitively, like, I've gotten women put into contempt of court multiple times. And I love my son. I have 50-50 custody. I've had the whole thing. And I had to prove to my dad and other people like that things weren't going as though they know I was a good guy. They didn't realize how depraved and how ridiculous people can be, just to go, because we naturally have this narrative that, oh, poor, woe is me, all that kind of stuff. It's like, no, most of the times when you opt into something, you've made the choice to participate in whatever nonsense is there. That's one thing. Or you're not as fly as you think you are, or you're not fly, you just like lying to people. So when this came up and it says, why would a man abandon his family? I'm like, probably because she was insufferable, from my experience, because I do like case management stuff, and I'm like, I'm helping you, but at the same time, like, if I wasn't getting paid for helping you, I probably wouldn't help you. You're low-key trash as a human being, so yeah. So that's just something.
Yeah, insufferable, I think, is the word. Like, what I've heard when men describe just stepping away, like, it's not even worth the effort. They'd rather just wait for the kids to get older and then deal. What are the thoughts on not providing? Oh, well, he said it's not his. Okay, his kids. That was done.
Well, he shouldn't provide. The fact that, listen, I'm so proud of this man for not being having domestic violence charge. Because if I'm looking at 4 reasons why, like, again, I don't condone men hitting women, but I do understand sometimes when it happens. Finding out that his kids aren't his. If he would have put her head through a wall, as a judge, I probably would have gave him community service. Being loud, vulgar, this and all the other stuff, that cheating.
Wait, I'm sorry, Willie. I didn't even catch that.
Oh yeah,
I didn't even catch that. It said, which he discovered years into the marriage.
You actually read that part out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the first thing I noticed.
Like what? And then
he did it. You know what threw me off? It says they're his stepchildren. So my brain just kind of glossed over. I was like, those are his stepchildren. That's why. But then I'm like, wait, how did he not find out till years? That means that this was
exactly. He was raising kids he thought were his and found out years into it. So then this is the part that kills me. Outside of, the whole raising somebody else's kids, you have the audacity to get fat and not bathe and then still cheat on me. It's crazy. Like, so now you're embarrassing me because people know I'm married to a woman who's fat and doesn't bathe, and then you want to go give that same fat, unbathed vagina to another man that's not me, and I'm the one paying bills in the house. I'm not giving you nothing.
I should go to the water break right now.
Like, what are we talking about? Like,
you said a water break.
I was trying so hard to just be like, I was doing my stoic thing, like I wasn't making faces, but sometimes trifling is a trigger for me. Like, what the?
Some young lady is
Don't
somewhere
bathe,
that she smashed.
and you got fat, and then you cheated on. That's like the triple double of audacity. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? And then you had the nerve to write in and ask a question as if I was the bad guy. Like, man, listen. I hope all the bad things in life happen to her and only her. Like,
Yo, chill out.
like, I hope that she is Ozempic resistant, so it doesn't work because that's what lazy people want to take when they want to get skinny.
Ozempic
Like, I
resistance.
hope those kids
That's
become
crazy.
wild and unruly, like, and stop bathing too. I hope they all. What the dog? The stuff that women do in these situations, like, and I appreciate bro for being able to even speak up right now. But I would have and he's nice. I wish he was petty because I would put her face on a billboard and then create like an Instagram video of all the trifling shit that she's done. I would post the dude she was sleeping with. I would post our text message conversation about baby. That thing was kind of twangy tonight. Then you can take a bath next time. I'd have posted all of that stuff because you're not gonna have me on the internet and then try to embarrass me when you yourself are literally fat, unbathed, and a hoe. Like, how? Like, in what world does that make sense? Like, Groupon is selling audacity and delusion and trifling like buy one, get three free. How in the when she pressed send on this, did she think that like, oh well, she's only got 26,000 people that follow her. There's no way that one of them could be my ex-husband or the guy I'm talking about. Like, what are we talking about right now?
But look at God. Look at that.
Like,
But look at God. Yeah.
oh man. Like, hey, listen. Hey, Monte, hey, I got Mahomes and Worthy start tonight, so thank you. But listen,
Yeah, you get to the money.
I have a question. How much for me to get this girl's information? Like, I just want the Instagram.
Well, he doesn't know about the submitted question. Okay, so let me brief you really quick. So you know how people send in questions and everyone can give their answers.
Mhm.
This person actually clapped back, which we think maybe he knows her, and it was
Monte, here's a summary. She had him raising somebody else's kids. She stopped bathing. She got fat, and she cheated again.
And she said, "Why do men their family?" And this was him. He said, "The children were not his blood. He discovered it years into his marriage. She was loud, vulgar, emotionally like he." We've never had someone respond. So I don't know.
Monte, tell him how embarrassing it is to be cheated on by somebody that's fat, dirty, and also a hoe. Like, now you're telling people that y'all married. Like, I don't want nobody to know I'm married to a woman that's one of those three things. If I fell in love with a fat girl, Lord forbid, please don't ever let that happen. If I fell in love with a woman who was plus size, like, that's cool. We're just not going a lot of places. But then you don't bathe and you have the audacity to be.
But what's crazy is she's not plus size. She's in really good shape. So I wonder.
No. Women in really good shape don't neglect health and fitness. That disqualifies her from that right there. She's fat now.
You're saying these are recent photos?
Listen, a woman this trifling is also trifling enough to catfish you with fake photos from back from when she was fine. And I bet you there's from when before she had them badass kids. It's not his. I guarantee, like, ain't no fucking way, bro.
Willie feels away.
Well,
I
think
I really would pay
I
just to know who this woman is, because like, this type of trifling needs to be exposed and shouted from the mountaintops. Like, she thought she was gonna get away with this submitted question, and I hope you charge her $1,000 to submit it, because ain't no way that you submit that question and this man just happens to be here, and now he just told us that you're emotionally and physically unfaithful. So that means you was probably trying to give the coochie to other dudes, and they wouldn't take it. So you had the emotional thing. That's all you can get from them, because you fat and you don't bathe. And then you gave somebody that unbathed vagina. It's supposed to be mine. Like, that is crazy.
So
I think we're being spoofed. I think, Yonci, come on now. This you playing with us right here, right?
I feel like, what are the chances that somebody would see this question and know? You know what I mean? Now, you know what? No, you know what?
Nope.
Maybe this guy had the same situation happen. And you know what I'm saying?
No.
Like,
It's common. It's common.
The chances that it's actually the guy being asked about But she was specific. She said she moved to another state and she's filing for her. So I don't know if it's her, but yeah, interesting. I would just say from the experiences that I heard with guys, the ones who quote unquote abandoned, it's usually from their story that the woman was insufferable. That's the best word, insufferable. Like
we don't abandon our kids, we leave the woman. And then they try to they use our kids in the midst of us doing that. Like most men have had that experience that have children by women that they aren't with. Like we go through that. But but also women also never think about that. They're like, girl, he didn't leave his kids, he left you and you won't let him see his kids. Huge difference. But for that woman, I wish diabetes and disease on her. Like I pray that on her.
OMG.
I'm talking type 1, 2, and 3 diabetes. Type 3 is Alzheimer's. So
we are going to move right along from this lovely question. Let me go ahead and take this down. I'm sure it's a quick way. All right, we're going to go into the bonus questions. We did have a young lady who was going to be submitted, a featured single, but please say a prayer for her. You don't know who she is, but she had to rush her child to the hospital, and so she's in our prayers. Actually, 2 people. We were going to have a double feature, but I'm not quite sure what happened.
We should have her and him up here to do the single so they can talk their issues out.
Do you know that would be phenomenal to have?
That would go viral.
I guarantee you this will get 1 million views.
To have what now? To
have her trifling ass and him on here at the same time.
Well, that's
that'd be great. I'd pay money to see that. That's pay-per-view worthy.
That is pay-per-view. Okay, so here is what was stated. Let's see what time we're at. Okay. Just one. Okay, so this woman is alleging that men don't pick the women who help them, when they were at the bottom. So let's just go ahead and hear what she has to say.
Never picked a woman that did so much for them. So if you ever find yourself in a situation where you didn't build this man up, help him with his resume, help him get a job, help him build a business, help him flip his money, help him when he didn't have no credit, help him raise his children on some you wasn't nobody before I met you type of thing, thinking that you're going to get a return on your investment or somehow this man's going to be indebted to you and do right by you because you helped him with all his. He's not. Okay. This is the same man that will go and find a woman who's not doing half of the things that you're doing and give her the sun, the moon, and the stars because she makes him feel like a man. It's just what it is. He didn't ask you to do all of that. And do you think he want to look at you and think like, oh, this woman helped me build my life? He's not your child, right? It just never works out like that. So do me a favor and save your time, your money, okay, and all of your energy because it just never rolls around like that, baby. Either he's going to be like, thank you, peace out, or he's going to be like, I didn't ask you to do all of that. I didn't ask you to do all of that. It's going to be a conflict of interest. So you choose.
Her hair looked really pretty.
No, it didn't. That shit's fake too.
It looked pretty. That's what I have to say.
Yonci, can you teach a class for some of those who wanted to experience that one point in life where I could let me hold some, a little bit of the tax money or like she can buy me a PlayStation 5? Because I've never got to experience that where I can get help. Yeah, I wish I could have experienced some of that so that I could say like, hey, you're the homie. I appreciate you helping me to level up and then move on to another girl. Like I wish I could experience.
Women aren't even doing that now.
I don't know.
Even if they are, they're doing it out of manipulation.
Exactly. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
They're trying to get him to fit the idea of the dream man they have in their head. They're like, well, if I build him up, he'll stay. The same way if she got built up. He got her titties done, her butt done, got her face done, put her through school.
I'm going to play devil's advocate.
I'm ready.
Because, as I have told the story before, with his permission, Monte did lose his job shortly after we met. And so he got laid off. And so I did have to step in. I did have to, do what I needed to do. And we had agreed even before then that he wanted a situation where people grow together. So I'm going to push back on the if a woman does help out, it's for manipulation purposes.
You're just one woman, though. We're talking
Okay,
about.
okay. Okay, yeah, because I have questions. I have questions. I have questions for you. I have questions.
Stop making it seem like you're
disregard
the
everything I say.
average, bro. Like, it's no man on here would say that you're the average woman in your morals, integrity, your logic.
But also,
But-
Yonci, you were there before. he lost
Exactly.
his job.
Exactly. This is
See,
different.
so you can't even,
That's a fair point.
yeah, don't get this
That is
trifling
a
ass
very,
thing,
I'm not going to
okay?
lie. That is a very sound point, Kaylee.
It's not the
Absolutely.
same. You comparing apples to not apples.
Yeah.
Like she went out of
I didn't consider that. You're right. You're right.
She got
This-
a building
this-
there, and now she mad because he's like,
Yeah.
I can go do better. But that's the thing. When you get to a certain point, you start seeing more of the world. For example, if she was like, she's not an ugly girl until she opens her mouth or starts moving her hands. Then I'm just like, that's a dude. But just say it was a real average woman and she got a guy, so he got her body done, got her face done, built her business, and now she's out here seeing other men who are attractive, find her attractive because when she was built like a potato sack, she wasn't, but now she built like a Coke bottle, she's pretty. She's just as likely to go find a better guy than him because of her internal, her biological urges for hypergamy. So if she is trying to paint like the counter picture or argument to that, she's going to lose because that man wasn't trying to manipulate you like you're trying to do this guy. He was trying to make you a better version for him. You were trying to put him in position so you could not work as hard. It's something selfish there. So that's the difference. And then two, women aren't putting men in position to do anything. Like maybe there's one you for every 1 billion of her that's not doing this shit and just out here talking. Like it's happened at such a low rate that's just all anecdotal experiences. Like that's her experience, and I guarantee you, she's probably also, well, you know, nigga, I did this for you. If it wasn't for you, you wouldn't have this. Don't nobody want to hear that shit every day. And she probably leveraged that against him.
I don't even believe this situation is
Emasculates
real.
him now.
And men don't do that.
Barbershop
Men
for me.
don't remind women of where they got her from.
I would say nowhere nearly at the clip she does. If you saw that Tyler Perry movie where Angela was telling Marcus about you wouldn't even have the barbershop if it wasn't for me or all this other stuff, he was like, wait. You started that beauty salon with my money. Like, and she kept throwing it in his face. I can see just how she hold her hands. Like, she throwing up games. Like, angry
It's
black
usually
woman
when the person says something crazy and then the person feels the need to humble the person. Like, now.
Well, I think that a man will more likely be the one to do that than a woman will. A woman will do it anytime she don't get her way.
We do what
you want to go out with your boys? Oh, you wouldn't even have money to go out with your homeboys if it wasn't for me.
Ooh.
So I'll say this, Yonci, kind of like the last situation we just came off of, is that she said what she said. Let's say if this was a scenario where they're both happen to be in the same circle, she said what she said because she didn't think that there would be clapback, right? A lot of times men will literally not say anything, and I've experienced this on a whole. I will do something for somebody, and most men I know will do something without saying something unless it's very necessary to bring context into a situation. I tend to find, I tend to find that women will do it more so, even if they don't do it in, like directly in your face. You're in a group chat somewhere saying like, I made that N-word. I did that, so it just happens. I feel like more that men don't talk about things because it's not needful, because ultimately we're here for the solution. We're here to create a better situation. So like if I talked about everything that I did for people, then why did I do it? I thought I did it to help them. I didn't do it to boast,
Wow.
So
name 3 women, name 3 men that a woman made rich.
Crickets.
As quiet as a hoe in church right now. Thank you.
But I think somebody posted
How,
in the
now,
comments.
how many women can you say that a man is made rich? Just think of every divorced rich person you can think of. Michael Jordan. Who else? Michael Jordan, Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, Tim Cook, Richard Branson, like 6 times. We can do this forever. But you can't even name one. You can't name one woman who built the dude up and made him rich or successful.
So I do have a question. I do have a question for Yonci and the women. What do you think is the what is the thought process for getting with a dude? Is it is it a potential thing, or like why do you think? Because I know y'all been around a lot of girls. I've heard some of the stories. Why get with that guy as opposed to getting with somebody who maybe has it a little bit more together? Like, what's the psychology? Maybe like two different scenarios.
Well, one, women like to nurture, and
The guy
women
that has it together has too many options, and she doesn't want to compete.
I can't.
She might not be available to her, the guy who has it together. But two, a lot of women are hopeful. You know, I could see where this could be. I could see, which is a beautiful part of our feminine, but it has to be balanced out with the logic from our masculine. So she might look at the guy and go, man, if he had his stuff together, he would be phenomenal. And so thinking, you know, maybe I'm the missing piece. He just never got a chance. And some guys can talk a good game. I've just been beat down. I just, you know, this was taken from me and I never had this opportunity. And, you know, there was racism here. And so he might paint the picture that he's just this victim. So she looks like, I could be the savior. I could come in and he just had, you know, his rent paid. He could really get that rap career going, you know.
You remember that old movie, Deliver Us from Eva? And the girl, not Deliver Us from Eva, two can play that game. And the one girlfriend had the dude that was a mechanic and she got his teeth fixed, you know, styled him, got his haircut. And then as soon as he got together, he started smelling himself and looking at other women or whatever, right? You remember that scene in the movie?
It's been a long time,
I just want to point out that not one of y'all could name a man who has been put in a position by a woman to do that outside of that movie that I just gave you. So, like this whole conversation she's talking, that I don't believe she's done this. I don't believe that someone did it to her father. It's anecdotal information that she just wanted to make content for and go viral off of. I don't even, and just say, I'll play devil's advocate for y'all. Even if she did, right? The way that she acts, what man wants to deal with that? Like,
agreed. She sounds like she's speaking from actual personal experience and just making up a scenario.
Like Jacob, as pretty as she is, before she starts talking, once she starts talking, would you deal with that?
No.
Would you not, you see?
No.
Now you see me? What about you, Cam? Would you deal with it?
Listen,
Willie,
Willie, listen here. Listen, thing. I don't even. It's so weird to me. And if Yonci made a class for this, I might just take it because I've always thought that was interesting, and I have my own theory on it. But I'm like, I'll pass across those women, but I always was like, why didn't you try to approach me? Did you just not feel it? Did you not have enough confidence to like deal with someone like me? I was just wondering, like, they would always, like I said, she's cute. She has a couple things going for her, but why didn't you approach me, but you approached that guy? Like, I'm just wondering. I just never understood psychologically, like.
So she went to the gutter and found this homeless man who was sleeping in a box and built him up and made him a trillionaire. And then he had the nerve to leave her for some other woman.
Like, you building me up means that I have to tolerate you being insufferable, masculine, combative, abrasive, and fucking annoying. Like, what are we talking about? That's crazy. Like,
So guys of the panel and I mean Kaylee too, is like, why wouldn't you go to?
Because
she
has to answer as a lesbian so she can give a guy's perspective.
That'd be interesting. Okay, but but why not? And I'm really, it's a serious question. Why wouldn't you go if you had two guys to choose from? Because it's not like the guys who are out here, they're like trying to like game her up. I don't think that's how this happens. I feel like they saw a guy, maybe they thought they were at like, oh, I can kind of control the situation. Is that what you think it is? Because I literally will run past these women and they would never interact with me, but they would, like I said, they're buying PlayStations, they're paying the bills, they're doing all this other kind of stuff. Not just sometimes, but they'll literally be taking care of this man, giving him the ultimate.
Lower. That's why. The same reason dudes go to the club and take the fat girl just home or take the drunk girl because they're easy. That's why.
It helps their ego. It helps them feel like they're important, that they're just codependent, and if they can do something special, they can, you know, that's really the root of it, is insecurity and feeling like you're doing something to like.
Cam, do you know how easy it would be for you to take a 5 from the club home feed her,
Oh no,
clothe
this is the
her,
thing. I get this is the thing.
for 7, 8.
No, this is the thing. So Willie, I understand the ease of interacting with them, but it almost seems that given the opportunity, they would still go for the lower hanging fruit or the root vegetable, like as opposed to going for this other individual. It almost seems like you said it's like there's
They
an
can't
esteem or
they can't
huh?
maintain that the
Okay.
top.
Yeah.
That's why. Like, think about it. The guys who, well, there's nobody fat on the panel, so I'm gonna talk to y'all. The same reason why you, if you're homeboys, and everybody has a friend that likes big girls, right? And
Yeah.
the majority of our friends that like big girls, it's not because that they're attractive, is they can get them in volume, their numbers. They can have a roster of 4 or 5 big girls meet every need they want. Like, they get the girl who's kind of big for the sexual stuff, but then every now and then they got to sleep with the other girls who are big too to get the food, the clothes, the PS5, you know what I'm saying, the concert tickets or the flight hookup, or you know what I'm saying, like the whatever benefit they have. You know what I'm saying? So they hit a big girl. It's the same thing. These women they'll go get a guy who don't have nothing going on while they got a couple of dollars because they feel like they can control him by investing and building him up. It's the same exact thing. Like, the only difference is she has a vagina, you have a penis. That's all. And that's it.
It's always just been a perplexing like thought process, because I guess what I see is not what they necessarily see or feel about themselves. Because I'm like, you're not like plenty of, like I said, this girl looks good, but the only difference is like maybe how they see themselves, and therefore they wouldn't even engage with someone like me. And like I said, I don't be feeling no way about it for real. I just always thought, I'm like, I would like a PS5. I would like someone to give me some tax money to flip. I want to borrow your car.
But you would also like a PS5 from someone you can go outside and spend that tax money with, and not have to
But think about this. Let's say this young lady here. She's not a bad looking young lady. Of course, when she starts talking, she starts betraying herself and her the aesthetic of her intellect, right? But like,
when she opens her mouth, she betrays herself.
As soon as she opens her mouth, I'm like, listen to her talk makes my ass itch. Like, as soon as she starts like nails on top.
I'm writing that down right now. I'm stealing that one.
Like,
okay, yeah. But I guess I'm saying. But let's say if I wanted to do to her what she says she does to other men, like you're not a bad looking girl. If we could just kind of help mold your character a little bit, you'd be cool. But guess what? These women never came across my path, and I was just like, man, that would have been so nice, because like my homeboys would be like talking to her like, yeah, I'm going over to Shorty's house, sort of like that. She's making me a meal. I'm like, you haven't worked for 3 years. Why is she making you a meal?
You just explained it yourself, though, brother. You just explained it yourself. Would you be willing to deal with this young lady right here to be able to get your PlayStation 5 and your tax money? Hell the fuck no.
Well, no, wait. In this season of my life, I might for 2 weeks.
I'll struggle and treat a big girl like before I deal with it.
I might have to thug it out. Look,
no. Like on some serious note, though, it's like there were times that I was like, man, like she argues or she yells, I just go on like the smaller backs, like, hey baby, it's gonna be okay. Like not right now, of course, because like I'm past that. But I just used to think, I used to be there in college. I'm over here eating chili sandwiches and stuff, and his girl done made like a whole plate, and I'm just like, you failed all your classes and you ain't working, and she's just out here just chefing it up for you.
That shit matters. You ain't gotta have a 4.0 GPO to get no coochie from a woman. Like, what are we talking about, Cam?
No, I'm saying the treatment. I'm not talking about the coochie. Coocie's easy to get. I'm saying as far as
all the things you listed don't matter. Like, do you understand that there are women out here chasing and fighting over motherfuckers who stock shelves in Walmart?
No, facts. And that's what I was saying. I was trying to unlock that without having to deal with all the extra stuff, but I guess it comes with the territory. So,
those women who are fighting over those men can't deal with the men who are, it's not much better, but like a shift leader at a restaurant or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the best. Women will definitely do the best they can. Like, most men can't do that. We just have to, the best we can do look for them. So if the best she could do was invest in, a build-a-bum, and then she got mad because when the bum became a boss, now she's mad.
Wait, pause. A build-a-bum? That's that. Yeah, I got that. Build-a-bum. That's another one. I'm writing that one down. Yeah.
So when the bum became a boss and started acting like one, she's mad and her feelings are hurt now. But it's the same thing. If you go get a fat girl, work her out, get her a body, and now she's an Instagram model, and she starts acting like it, you're gonna be mad too. It's the same thing.
Can we write a book? Can you guys write a book about that for people like me? If we like, it's called like the stimulus package. The stimulus package.
I have nothing to add to that conversation. I've never done that. The women I've chosen have always come together. They've always been put together before. My standards have been higher than giraffe ass for years. So the money didn't change that. How I was raised made my standards that high. I would never in my life. Your woman has got to tell the world this is the best I can do. And it's a certain type of woman. I have a and same thing with a man. Like for a woman, like your husband says, hey, this is the best I can do. At some point, her dude was a bum. I mean, that should just tell you everything about her then, because she was willing to accept that bullshit. Like,
yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, like I said, in times past, it would have been nice to get that plate and to borrow that Ultima, but I had to be out here thugging it out. But I'm good now. But it's just
in college for sure. Like in college, me and my friends, we always kept one that could cook. Like, but she couldn't look. She wasn't a looker, but she had the full kitchen, the off-campus apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like we kept one of those, and she would feed the team. And then, unfortunately, we just got to go over there and pay the penis tax every now and then. So we just didn't want to talk about that. But
terrible.
It's the same thing now, but she's doing it at 35, 40. We were doing it at 17, 18, 19. So you see the timing is different.
And that was the difference because, like I said, I was a virgin this whole time. So they probably just already knew it's like, yo, I can't even give him that kind of treatment because he ain't giving nothing out. He's keeping himself,
I lost my virginity when I was 9. So I ain't been a virgin for shit.
So, you wasn't putting out, that's what it was.
3/4 of my life.
Oh no! Listen, you remember? They were like, "Unhand me," I was like, "No, leave me alone."
Yeah, Cam said, "I'm stingy with the D. You unhand me, woman. You get no penis."
Yeah, listen, I touch my pearls. I'm like,
JB Fox say, "Take your hands off me." Like that was Cam, until he got married. Which again, bro, that's super admirable. I wish that if I had to do it all over. Like when I was young is when I was getting the worst vagina that I was gonna get in my life. Thank God. But I would have definitely rather skipped, a vagina at 15 or whatever that I didn't need that was just traumatic for me. I would have waited until I was 16, 17.
Yeah, it saved me from a lot of problems, but sometimes I'll be looking at the benefit. The grass is greener on the other side, but it really ain't. I think that's really sometimes where I used to look and I was like, man, I'm seeing, shorty, she's at the third shift. She brought homie like some lumpia back and stuff like that. I'm like, man, I want lumpia, but yeah. I
tried to talk to a girl just because she was a manager at Whataburger, and I love Whataburger. Like, if you understand, like when I was in college, they had 99 cent taquitos or 2 for 99 cents. So it was like $1.30 if you added cheese. I tried to talk to her, and she wasn't my type at all. But she was so cool and honest that she knew that she wasn't my type. She put me on with her sister, like they were twins, but she was just the big one. The twin was the other one was normal, like she was pretty. She put me on with the pretty twin just because, out of respect for me. And me and her dated for a little while, and I had all the free Whataburger I could stand. You see what I'm saying? But it's a lot of dudes that still would have took down the shift manager's sister because, they thought they had to. You know what I'm saying? Because she could have been selfish and been like, oh, no, I got a college football player on my roster now. Oh, he's coming over here and massaging my calves after I've been standing up for 14 hours a day. And she had some big ass legs. So and I would have did it for the free food because I was broke and I was a college student. But, God looked out for me and he, put me in the hands of a light-skinned angel.
Amen.
Oh, well, speaking of light-skinned angels, no, I'm just kidding. I don't have any transition. I just wanted to say that. We're gonna move on.
I thought he had a single feature.
Go right now, singles feature.
Right. We're gonna move on to the next bonus question. No, not that one. Are you a fan?
Ooh, that's
of
a good one. Wait a minute.
PDA. So let's start off by defining PDA. What is PDA to
Public
you?
displays of affection.
Yeah,
personal digital assistant.
Pinching that ass.
Okay, so grabbing the booty. Okay, what else?
I love
kiss her in public. So yeah, I'm cool.
What?
I'll
The
grab
waist
my woman
grab.
and kiss her in public. Like, you know, I mean, I have bail money, so if we go too far, we're just gonna go to jail today.
Oh God.
So for me, my thing is, I don't want to feel like I'm passing first base in public. Like there are some people who will make out like they're sucking faces, and I feel like they're about to start making love. Like to me, it's like, whoa,
Ew.
that's why I'm like, that's intimate. You ever see people who be straddling and stuff, and I'm like,
I want to be that person one time. I want to be that person to make everybody seem uncomfortable.
Here, I'm okay with like pecks. I don't do extended like my wedding. I'm not doing the just not, and I don't judge anyone who does. It's not going to be.
Oh, and my wedding is like if when I get married, if you guys don't understand that we fixing to go have sex as soon as we're done kissing, then I feel like the whole wedding was a waste.
That's the kind of kiss you're going to do on at the altar?
In front of her parents, her grandparents, and her dead ancestors. They're going to know that their granddaughter, great, is getting punished after that. Like, what are we?
Wow.
We're getting married. That's my wife now.
I just feel like it's so awkward at the wedding because you have all these dynamics. You have the parents there. Like when people do the garter belt thing and it gets really explicit, and I'm like, her brother's right there.
I'm gonna stay under there for like 5 minutes, pretend I got lost. Like I can see you with a snorkel.
I can see you with a snorkel. Like,
and look, and I'm gonna put down one of those water absorbent blankets. But the point is this: I want everybody on her family to be uncomfortable, especially her father, because I'm her daddy now.
Oh my!
Like that's when we're gonna. Cause me and like we have a joke now, like you know, you can't call me daddy and call him daddy. You can only have one. But if I haven't already had like the Thanksgiving dinner where you know what I'm saying, she's like, "Daddy, can you pass?" And then I reach for it to look at him like, "Take your hands off of me." Like if I can't have that at the wedding, I guarantee you we gonna have it.
Damn.
He gonna talk to me. My beard gonna be extra shiny, like that garter throw, and then I'm flinging it at like her brother just to be funny. Like,
oh my god, not the shiny.
So disrespectful.
Yeah, I'm not playing with my woman. What are you talking about? Like we would be joined together before God.
Wait. A reenactment. So you're like you do the whole thing and then you got the garter. You're like, ha ha, and you shoot it at her brother.
Dead in his forehead because he's probably still single. And now I set the bar so high for the rest of those men and women that when they get married, they're gonna be like, wait a minute. You didn't when she almost had a baby when he went and got her garter, and all you did is reach up under there with some tongs. No, sir, use your mouth.
With some
My God.
Servicing undercarriages in the public. That's crazy.
Why did I see somebody do the garter belt thing? And the guy went in there to get the garter belt, and I pray he was a part of it because that's a terrible way to let your guy know. There was a baby, what is it called? Like ultrasound picture.
Oh, that's crazy.
I was like, even if he did know, that's an odd way to tell the family. But I'm like, imagine if he didn't. He's in here like, yeah, I'm gonna get. Oh.
What about the baby who was holding the IUD? He came out with it.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was crazy.
That's more likely what happened in my wedding because again.
Yeah, I saw that.
No
yeah,
shame.
PDA,
huh?
Yeah, I said no, but PDA is cool though. Like I said, I mean, I like cinematic PDA. I'm not that deep, huh?
It's PDA though. Where's the cutoff?
We can't have sex
For me.
Yeah, that's the cutoff. Is
you know how hard it is to have sex? How hard it is to have sex through a zipper? Like that shit hurts. I've heard.
Yeah, mine is
first base and second base.
I feel like second base for me just because I always imagine myself as a little bit more classy. So like I said, I'm touching the side of your face with the one finger. I'm moving your hair to the side, kissing the neck. I might do the warehouse grab. You know, when you put your hands inside of her sweatshirt pocket, you know, but you're standing in the back. You know, cute stuff. You know, like that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, it doesn't happen every time, but if it goes there, it goes there.
If I stick my
Are we
hand,
doing glute grabs?
Huh?
Glute grabs, crotch grabs?
Yeah, I put my hand in shirts. Yes. Yeah.
those titties belong to me now.
Thank you. And I'm a breast man, so.
But Kelly, what did Kelly say?
That is rare for black men. That's a lost art.
Hold on.
What
What did Kaylee say?
Playing with titties?
What did Kayla say?
Like
Say playing with titties is a lost art?
No, he said he's a titty man. I said that is very rare for black guys. And so this is like a complete delineation from where we were talking.
I'm a
However,
throw
there's a large segment of women whose girls want attention and need to be tended to. And because of this large population of men who are only looking at things of a southern nature, they can be neglected. So it's just, it's interesting to hear of a top connoisseur,
I've heard it been said before as far as like, hey, like I'm Dr. Dre and I'm giving out mammograms type deal. That's what you meant?
No.
I feel like there's a difference between a guy who is into them versus like he's checking out, like, yeah, I know she likes that. Like it is a completely different energy.
I got you.
I say with BJs, there's the obligatory, like, okay, he wants this, versus she's trying to get in there, like, her. There should never be growling and BJs together.
Hold on, I wanted to hear what Kaylee.
Yeah, what did you say?
No, I said if it gets so heated that we have to go somewhere, that's the line for me.
Yeah,
there's a car.
But that's the intent.
I mean, I've done it all, but at the same time, I don't know if I'm being classy about it. If it gets so heated to the point that we need to finish, then there we go.
A pinky is all that's needed to be classy about anything. I'm just saying. That's really
wow.
You just put your pinky up.
I feel like if I'm turning someone else on, that's too much for me. Like if what I'm doing with my person is like raising the overall temperature in the room, I get shy. Like I'm okay with cute little stuff, but like, yeah.
I want
you do realize like a man could just like, I don't know, sometimes I guess if you really like the person that you're with, that happens pretty easily for men. I feel like they can like look at you and you can give him like a certain eye and then he just starts giggling, type.
I mean like the general population. Like kids are becoming uncomfortable, adults start getting aroused, like we're doing too.
Oh, I got you. I see what you mean. I see.
We're putting on a show.
I want everybody uncomfortable. I don't give a damn. Like, I mean, obviously, I'm not just finna start. You know what I'm saying? You're not getting bent over in front of people. But like, I want people to see and be like, damn, they about to go be nasty. Especially if it's like old people, because they be the ones hyping you up. Like, oh, I remember back when we was young and love. Boy, I love that. Like, I can't wait. I'm not even a married guy for real.
It's like, different. You're like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I'm not like the marriage dude, but like it's probably going to happen again for me. And that's the one thing. Like I got to spend all this money on a wedding, and now you telling me I got to pretend like I don't kiss you, like my life depends on it. Well, just because your granny here, granny was probably out there. You know what I'm saying?
How you think you got here? No, but I think it's couples, and you're like it's a couples thing where that's a different type of vibe. But like general settings, I'm not going to be at Target. I don't want his hand down my pants at Target. Like that's too much.
Oh no, that's nasty. Because now that's the one thing you got to be careful, fellas. Is you always got to keep your hands clean if you're gonna touch her private parts. Because you throw her pH off, you don't get it for 2 or 3 days. Now look at you, nuts swollen and just mad and angry for no reason. So,
terrible.
I definitely feel like society is missing a really healthy dose of PDA. To be honest.
Again,
we should show more affection.
Everybody act like it.
Okay, so I have to really tiptoe on this next one.
No, you don't.
I mean, I want people to feel like it's a safe space.
Why? It's a safe space for safe people.
So I've had an influx of men who are following my page. Shall we just say are less than desirable? Like, I don't know what happened with the last algorithm.
Man.
That's why I said I'm trying to tiptoe. No. I mean, they look socially awkward, and you guys know what I'm talking about.
No, I do not. Please explain.
Exhibit A. Let me.
Oh no! Oh crap! What?
I'm
I can answer this one.
I do have a question. Like, I have feelings for you. I've been attracted to you since, I think, before you met Adam.
Before? Huh.
Are these feelings mutual? Why or why not?
Okay, so this is just a
He
clip
knows
from
they're
a
not.
guy who I feel
They're
like
not.
This is not going to go well. I can see this coming. This isn't good. I hold on. Pause it. Wait. This isn't good.
You
Am I
scared
right?
me because I thought you about to show us a member.
Okay, let me see. Go
What did you
ahead.
say?
You scared me because I thought you were actually about to show us a real member.
Oh yeah, I was about to say. I was like, you wild.
So
Is
this
he-
guy, you look
Is
at
he
this
follow? Is he
guy.
a follower? This is a follower.
No, but I'm just he was a
It's
good.
not going well. This is not going good. I can just before you even hit play. I've never seen this. This isn't good. It's just the way it started. This isn't good.
Oh wait, is that
So
the
there's
best
a
friend?
statistic that says
Hold on. Don't tell y'all. Don't tell me. I'm guessing here. I've not seen this. This isn't good. This is
Yeah.
bad. Just
It's
the
about
way
to be
it
bad.
started. Am I right?
Yeah.
Let's,
Hey, is that the best friend that's trying to make a move on his homegirl?
yes.
Always.
Yeah, this ain't going good. This is not good. No.
So it's
Wait,
really
no,
cool.
wait till-
I wasn't gonna play the whole thing, but you guys want to see it and cringe?
Wait
I
till you
was
see. Wait till you see the friend.
Okay, let's see.
Sorry. I'm very flattered. But it's like it's definitely extra weird because like
No,
we met through an ex-boyfriend and like clean break and then like we come here and
Surprise!
I'm like, hey.
Oh, I get it. Rate my attractiveness on a scale of 1 to 10.
Attractiveness is subjective. And I don't hurt anyone's feelings.
Oh shit! She took a shot
I'm a
on
really
us.
big fan of getting girls out. I think it is super sexy when somebody is like very clearly having a great time and just squirming underneath you. And I don't think that anybody will ever complain about that.
Or resorted thinks she might.
Graphic word to use, but okay.
That's wild. This is hardcore.
But
That was uncomfortable.
we all were like,
Oh my god! Wait a minute. This
I feel
hold on. Before I speak, this is not your father.
Is this
not
real?
one of my followers. Not one of my
Is
followers.
this real or not? Because I have questions. And you
It's
sure
not-
this
it's
guy
real.
doesn't follow?
Oh my god!
He's
This
not
is
one of my
horrible.
followers. However, I felt like he would be a good neutral demonstration for what I'm about to talk about.
Is this a prank?
Which-
Like, is he gonna? Where's the cameras? Where's the hidden cameras? Like, is she?
No,
about to win
he's
some money?
like professing his interest in his friend who's just his
He
friend
looks
for now.
like he has a taste for children under the age 16. I'm just saying.
so the issue is not so much the looks, it's just the awkwardness is weird to me. Like I feel bad for him that no one like God bless him.
It's definitely the look for me. Like I feel like he should be
It's
within
both.
500 feet of a school.
It's both.
Oh my god! So my
you-
question is, I used to have this issue when I would go places, and I've always said, I don't think I'm a 10. I don't think that I'm the chick that can pull every single guy, especially be thicker in my older age, whatever. However, when I would go places, I would almost never find the men attractive. I would go places and I'm not talking about just you're born with these just crazy good looks. I'm saying the way these men are putting themselves together doesn't seem like they're even giving themselves a fighting chance. So I'm just wondering if ladies have that same idea. I know with women, there's this pressure to look great and be presentable and be cute. But I see a lot of guys who it's like, do you own a mirror?
Oh man.
And no, but for real,
There
though,
is a lot of that on your page. I'm not gonna lie.
There was an influx on Youngster Nation like over the last week. Something happened with the algorithm, and I started getting a lot of guys from other countries, we'll just say, with a very specific look. And like I know what girls would go for. And we'll just say there's an influx of people that they would not go for.
I'm working on it, Yonci. I'm trying to get better. Give me some time.
I've been sending you tips, Jacob. I was trying to be slick. No, I'm just kidding.
Let me do some push-ups. Hold on.
But I wonder though, do guys just think I just have to talk a good game? Do they realize like we have eyes too? I'm not being funny. There's such good. I'm like, do men know we want a man to be in shape? We want a man to have himself together, to smell good, his teeth be nice.
Y'all supposed to love potential, I thought.
Yeah, because our primary agency isn't our appearance. It's, you know what I'm saying, our ability to provide and protect you. That's our primary agency. A woman's primary agency is her physical appearance. But with him, no disrespect. I mean, I've already told you that he shouldn't be around small children. But the fact that that little girl has a man already is also something that we need to discuss.
I thought you said it was her ex-boyfriend.
It was her ex-boyfriend. That's how they met.
Or had a man. Because I'm not trying to be funny, but on a scale, they're equal.
Willie!
I'll tell you. Yeah.
They're equal.
Okay, so Yonci?
The slow motion you're doing is killing me, by the way. I'm trying so hard not to be funny. But then you zoom, look, thank you. She looks like the daughter from Family Guy grew up. Like, what?
Did not call her man. Like, damn.
I just think of the dad can take me back to the 90s.
It's a 5 and a 5. They are equal.
You think he's a 5?
No, this is not 5.
My point is that they're equal because men go from 1 to 7. To be an 8, 9, or 10 as a man, you got to have money. So you say, okay, call them a 3. They are equal. She is nowhere near. And if they're not equal, he is definitely within her reach.
Yes, I'll say that. I'll definitely say
that. That girl stood up. She's built like him. Like she's not. It's not like. I'm
just saying. You keep calling her 5. You can have some 5s come looking for you, Willie. Like,
well, typically speaking, no, the fuck they not. Sorry. Nobody should be looking for me, period. Like
you'll be a 5 mob out your door talking about you. 5's a bad name. Look.
Well, I mean, not trying to be funny, but a lot of women, I would say almost all women rank themselves higher than they actually are.
So, yeah, okay, good point. So let me jump off of that. So essentially in this situation, this guy, well, I'm going to answer your question too, Yonci, but they're within the same reach. I tend to think that women, like you said, shoot above their weight class when it comes to stuff. He wouldn't even have approached or tried to be cool with her if he didn't think that there was a shot. So in that capacity, though he lacks confidence, he still thought that. Now, to go back to your question about men trying to look presentable, is especially foreigner guys or guys from foreign, they are a little bit more married to the idea of like not game and that kind of stuff. Like you said, it's about provision and it's about like that aspect of things. So I think a lot of times in their country, if they got a bag, they can get anything if they show that they can provide. So I think, and personally myself as well too, is that like a lot of times I didn't try to look presentable because my goal and my aim wasn't to get women. So it was like I would dress to be presentable for like basic business interactions or, things that I had to do, school, that kind of stuff. But like, unless I was actively trying to seek a woman, that wasn't like my goal or my go-to. And I don't think I'm a bad looking guy. It was just a matter of like, now, if I think I was uglier, I may have tried a little bit harder just because like, I know that if I look like I just dunk my hand in waffles and syrup or whatever like that, like without cleaning my hands. Like if I look like that, I would probably try harder, but like it's just different. So
first and foremost,
I don't think we try.
First and foremost, fellas, don't ever do this. Don't ever go on the show and do this. Don't ever do this. Don't ever do this. Ever do this ever in life. Ever. Please don't.
You cannot pay me $1 million.
Don't do this.
I do it for $1 million, but not that. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't do this. It would have even been better had he just been he even tiptoed around. Like he was kind of scared to tell her, I think you're cute. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like
sounds like he's about to cut up and put it in the basement.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell you, he has 6 of the 8 markers for, you know what I'm saying, weirdo people.
Yes, nothing will ever be the direct approach. If you want to get at her, get on here, get at her, and move on.
You was over there talking about liking when somebody's squirming underneath me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, because I thought that wasn't good. That was a bad look. Yeah.
Oh my
God. The look on her face of like disgust is one that I don't feel that she's entitled to.
Nope. I agree.
Fellas, go for the woman you really want. Because this is the outcome when you punch below your weight and you don't get. Then we talk about you like, "Dang, you got turned down by, Meg." Like, it's just like look,
he was in her range. Yeah, of course you disagree.
Yeah, he was.
woman and y'all lie to each other all the time.
I gave her more points because she's in shape.
But she's not that great looking though. Like in terms of like
her face isn't. She has an asymmetrical face.
I wasn't dealing with her face. I was just dealing with the fact that she's not.
Yeah, and then also she's wearing that windbreaker with the black under. I guarantee you, it's a lot up under there. Like
she seems like she would be a respectable person in like daily interactions, but she is not. He wouldn't have even probably tried to even be her friend if she was like really extraordinarily beautiful. I don't even think they wouldn't even have crossed paths.
Exactly.
So he's definitely in her range.
Tells you everything.
Shorty like a marshmallow, man. Come on.
Yo, stop.
Like I'm sorry.
I'm trying to find that she reminds me of.
We talking.
I said I want to know how they met.
Through her ex.
Yeah, she said through her ex-boyfriend.
And I guarantee you, they don't look too far off.
Nope.
You know what? That is interesting because guy friends tend to look like the guy friends.
And so let's take it back because we're gonna dog her all night. So what are you trying to tell us, Yonci? What are you seeing amongst the brotherhood? What's going on?
She's trying to say in the next version that she's getting a lot of Ugg mugs lately, is what she's trying to say.
Felony-faced
we
men.
even care about how we present ourselves to these women in this world. Is what
Okay, I'll shave if I come on camera next time.
And here's the thing. A lot of these people are not unattractive. Like their face is not like, oh, only a mother could love. It's not that. It's like how they present themselves.
Do they have money?
The pictures.
They need a class.
Because there's not enough money in the world.
There are guys. Once some guys get money, they stop caring about how they dress. You've seen a lot of these nerds. Like so, once they start making, you relate to that.
Man,
if you have dirty fingernails,
Flavor Flav had women competing to kiss him.
Ain't no money in the world.
That's a good point. Flavor
Flav
Flav
had women lining up to kiss him.
I saw Flavor Flav in Detroit.
And he
at the Detroit Pizza Bar, right off of Library Street. If you're Detroit, you know I'm talking about, with a bad one. I promise you.
It looks like, I believe it.
With a young bad one, not some 40-year-old, because Flavor got to be close to 60. She wasn't some old bad one. I'm talking about
they
a
have
young
something
bad.
to push through. Like it takes a special stomach to push through. Like my body recoils. Like if I don't find you attractive, I can't fake it. Like I can't.
Yeah, Yonci, but Yonci, I'm going to tell you the truth, because this is something like maybe for you, but all the women who have said, "Oh, this is a non-negotiable," or this, all these other kind of things, I broke that argument down a lot of times. Where it's like, I've looked at your exes, and I don't think I'm the greatest looking guy ever, but I blow these dudes out the water. So that means that at some point there was something that he provided you that you saw him like this. Girls will. There's a meme going around that basically she said like how I used to talk about my ex before he annoyed me, and it's like, oh, look at him laugh. He laughs just like Jesus. The visual perception of women when they like somebody or they're providing them something they need in that moment literally can change how they see them. So I don't.
There's a spectrum for me. Like the person doesn't have to be drop dead gorgeous, but I can't look at him and go, oh. If I look at him and go, oh, I couldn't. That's why I don't know how these sugar babies do it, where these, men with age spots and just sagging this, like, I don't know how they do it.
Well, Yonci, people go to work and they do jobs that they hate for 20 and 30 years. And you're telling me that I can make what I make in a week, like just by
things that I hate. It just can't be on my body.
Oh, okay. Because I know people do a bunch of stuff all the time, but no, I said ultimately, I think the presentable thing that you were getting at, it all comes down to, I don't think you have to have that. If you don't have the habit of maintaining a certain level of hygiene because you haven't been hunting after women, that the habit, I think, is the biggest thing. And then the secondary thing is that I think a lot of men, because a lot of women talk about money all the time, they think, like I said, I'm a software engineer and I make pretty good money, and I'm kind of funny that's enough. Where it's like, no, my guy, you actually have to do a little bit more than that sometimes. So I think this is a blessing in disguise for you, because maybe you can make a class that curates like first appearances or something like that. I think this might be what gets you your bag for real. You never know.
I see pictures, so I wish I could because I would never do that. But I'm just looking at some of these pictures, and I'm just going, you are not presenting yourself in the best way, because you only have what God gave you. Like, your face is your face, whatever, right? But how you pose, how you dress, how you carry yourself, do you clean your fingernails? Do you take care of your teeth? Do you floss? Like, those type of things. There are some guys that I'm like, no matter what you say to a woman, if she opens her page and sees this, she's not responding. And I get those guys DMing me like, I reached out to her and she didn't respond. I wonder if she saw my message. And I look at his page, I'm like, oh, she saw your message, my guy.
Oh man.
Did you tell him that?
I don't have the heart.
Let me look at my pictures. Look, maybe it's self-conscious. Let me go look at my page. See what
I just want to be the bad guy.
Look at his page.
Look,
Yonci, you need to tell them and then link them to your new ebook or your new course on how to be presentable before women. I'm telling you're missing out on a bag. God's trying to bless you.
I mean, not block. Your page is private, so
I want to be the bad guy and say that this conversation needs to be had on both sides of the house.
Your page.
I mean,
but everything talks about the women's page. That's what I'm saying. That's like people saying men should get their money up. Like, everyone talks about that. I think that people are neglected because it's the guys, when they make comments and things, I always go to people's pages. Guys who are like, oh yeah, women do this and women do that. And I click on their page, I'm like, bruh, you couldn't pay someone to go out here. I can't say that, But I'm just like, you can't look this way and have this attitude about women. Like, you have to also bring some, like we talked about swag, that is important. Like, you could have two guys who are identical twins, and one guy could be all nerdy and introverted and awkward, and then the other guy could be, social butterfly and make everybody laugh, and people are going to gravitate towards the second guy. Like, attitude does play a factor. Just like I have been around men who are fine. I talked to this guy who was so fine.
You better take some of the eyes out of that fine before I
that's
tell
what I'm
him.
saying. When you said that, you got a man.
They were
You said that with her chest.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you.
I'm telling. What's the time marker for this?
Yeah, man.
But he couldn't hold a conversation to save his life. And I'm like, I could not be with someone for the rest of my life and not be stimulated mentally.
Ladies,
you can only look at someone so much.
If you got a man, ladies, don't we catch you out here talking about some other man is foreign. Like,
extra eyes and shit.
There was mad vowels in that.
I think that goes both ways.
It was okay.
Jacob. That goes both ways.
With the extra eyes and shit. No.
Yeah, fix your
Not you snitching in real time. Dang.
Part of the game? It's not.
Not the group chat, dog. Snitches among us.
Do better, Yonci. Do better.
Okay, I'll do. I got caught up. I'm sorry.
Yep. You got caught up in the moment.
That was
though. Like, for me, I am not swayed by that stuff. I always tell the story about I had a guy who, millionaire, wanted to chat. He, was a retired athlete. Most boring conversation I've ever had. Just, there was nothing interesting about him. And I didn't find him attractive at all. His teeth drove me nuts. Another guy.
That's not his fault.
There was another dude well-known actor. He's on plenty of movies you guys have probably seen. I ended that. If I wanted to jump, I could. I think my point is, there are women out here who care about substance, and they care about more than just what doors can they open, how much money do they have? Because this guy was loaded. He had a driver. It was a whole thing. I have to like the guy. I would take the guy who's making considerably less and even slightly less attractive to have the most amazing relationship and stimulating conversation. Like, I don't know how people do.
Look, I might want an Oprah. Look, let me be Stedman for a minute. Let me see how. Just let me try it for a week or so. See how it go. Get a PlayStation and some.
Yeah, exactly. And Ultimate. Listen, get the keys while she at work. She doing her 12s. I'm just.
You better keep that woman happy. Make her some sandwiches when she comes home. Foot rub.
Listen, I'm gonna get her the regular oil change, not even the synthetic. You know, it's like, yo, I grabbed your debit card and I just, I'm just trying to live on my car.
Like got a 30 weight. Look, didn't get it that good oil.
Yeah, just got her the regular joint.
Oh my goodness! All right, so what did we say? 11:05. Okay, so
40.
What's that?
Oh, what were we talking about? The
time.
The snitching hour, because it was at the 11:17 is when I told him to come watch the video.
He's like, "What up? Nothing, babe. Nothing. Babe. Just enjoy the game."
The snitching hour is wild.
That's crazy.
And man, you're gonna have some explaining to do.
Yonci
stays on YouTube.
Oh man.
Oh, goodness.
Oh yeah, and we got to talk later because like I saw the episode and it wasn't named properly, the last one, but we'll talk about that offline. That's cool. Yeah.
We gotta find.
Yeah.
Maybe I can add it to the end of it, because the reason why I put it the way I did is because I wanted people to easily find it. So I have a girlfriend who discovered the show after. She's like a childhood friend. She cracks up. She'll hit me, "Oh my God, I'm on episode 3. I'm on episode 4." And she's like, "I'm trying to catch up." She's been watching one a day so she can be like caught up with all of it. So when she does watch, hey, you guys should say hi to her. Hey, Heidi. So when she catches up episode 17.
Who is this? And this question, the way, first of all, before we leave, is the way his word is very disrespectful. Do many try to look presentable? Yeah, guys, like, dang, like, can men do better? Can we improve? No, do you even try?
Yeah, she said, do they even try?
Any effort. Oh my goodness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the pre-selected topics. It is up to y'all now, because you extended the show so graciously to give us some topics to converse about.
Okay, I have something that I thought it was really big. I don't even know why you put this on here. Like, you gave us a question, and I was like, Yonci, are you really going to reveal that? Because you're going to hurt a lot of women's feelings. So why did you ask the question to the men? Was this today or yesterday? Would you wait? Would you commit to a woman before having sex? Like, do you understand what that's gonna mean?
You should go read those questions now and just go ahead and let's ride off into the sunset with this one, because listen.
What do you mean, Cam?
As soon as you do,
what do I mean?
Are you shaking your head now? You see?
Okay, no. So okay, say that again, Willie.
I said her prices got to go up when she asked that question. I was like, oh man, this is genius.
This is crazy. Yo,
my bad. My mute was on. Absolutely the fuck no. No.
No, well, listen.
That's exactly what I said at the beginning of my comment.
Okay. Sorry. I'm in my car. It's dark over here now. So yeah, I was like, no, I don't have my setup is at my office, and I left my office. I gotta jump on before I get it. So I when you asked that question, I was like, I want to say Yonci probably has. I don't know your statistics for your page and stuff, but of all the women, I want to say about 40% of them, maybe 50% of them they have God first, and they have like some type of scripture on their page. And I was like, I wonder how people, because mind you, where I come from. Like, I was a very heavy Christian background in my past. And I just knew, and I think I told you guys that, like, one time I had a prayer, I think I was like 21 or 22. And I said, Lord, help me not to be trash, because everybody's getting practice but me. Like, I had that prayer, literal prayer. So
I can imagine being God one day and then hearing a prayer like, hey, I'm not trash, so I don't
my child.
I would have blessed you with something like I gave you like a deformity that just keeps you from getting there quick or something. Like I'd have blessed you with Jesus.
God up here, like, look at this shit I got here. Like, look at this.
You mad because you got crucified. You
Hey,
ain't
Noah,
got
come over here, Noah. I gotta show you something, Noah. Let me show you something real quick. Look at this what I got today. This
I'm telling you. So the reason I say that is that, like, I know there are women who are abstinent, and then there are a lot of women who have this particular belief, but they're not abstinent. And I was just wondering. Say it again.
That's crazy.
What you mean?
Being abstinent at our age, like, how much humping do you have to do to besides just automatically stop giving up coochie?
Some people do it for spiritual reasons, y'all.
Okay.
Let's not
So Yonci, going back to that point, is that going from my experience and understanding that a lot of people either struggle with it or don't struggle with it. They just don't talk about it. Like, I do it. I don't know how I feel about it, but it feels good. And then knowing the man's perspective in general, especially at our age, I was just wondering, like, why would she ask this question right now? Because it's going to be a very interesting thing for women if it comes out 95%, because a lot of guys are going to cap on that question. If it comes out 80-20, there's still a lot of cap.
Why would they cap on something that's anonymous to vote on?
Because look at the ramifications.
Because the truth isn't in them. They lie because like I'm saying, the sky is blue. That's how.
So I'll talk. So that's one reason, but the other reason is this. Think about this.
Everything will be thrown out the window. Then that means that none of the polls can be trusted if they just lie.
So, Yonci, I'll tell you this: if you look at certain, and there's a group of people that if you looked at their answers compared to their profiles and what their lives look like, you know they're lying. I used to make a sandwich for my man at 3 a.m., but then at 3 a.m. on their post, in 15 different posts, they shaking ass and drunk.
Maybe if she had a man, she'd make him a shot.
I think some of these answers are aspirational.
That was
okay. That's what I mean.
Showing side eyes of how I look at people posting scripture and things on their Facebook page when I know behind the scenes they doing bald headed hoe shit.
Bald headed.
Double-minded.
I have that on a shirt.
Okay, so then now, Yonci, one reason that people would lie is because the ramifications. So now, if you have a poll and there are a lot of good women on here, right, or like higher level women in general, and then she says that she wants to maintain a level of abstinence, we kind of know, and she probably knows even in her heart, that she's really not about that life. She just doesn't want to be taken advantage of, right? Like, her real belief is, I don't care about the actual abstinence portion for like this allegiance to this particular belief system, but I know she wants to feel good about herself. So I'm going to go and answer this question aspirationally as opposed to answering it whatever, because if it says 99% and 1 that this has to happen, then it's going to be kind of make a lot of girls who are the ones who are really trying to hold on to the bloodstained banner. It's going to make them feel. Yeah, you know, that's an old Christian reference.
Go ask the women, how many of you guys have used your sex or sexuality to advance yourself in the workplace or directly for money, and see who tells the truth. And I guarantee you, I'll give you 4 or 5 women that lie in the first 25 that answer.
Yeah, so I just thought that was an interesting question for you to ask that early on, because I was like, that was going to create some issues, I think, with some of the women. It'll definitely be
that was a great question from a business.
No, it's a great question, but it's
because I think women need to understand that men, we're not committing to something. Like, we're not going to buy cars we can't test drive. We're not paying.
And I'm of course the anomaly, right? I'm the outlier. Monte hadn't even met me in person, and we were exclusive.
That's cool. And but listen, I'm just saying, just to be honest, if that worked for more people than it didn't, you wouldn't have a platform.
Yep. So not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying is that it shrinks the pool. It shrinks the pool for a lot of women if you see the results.
It shrinks the utility of a relationship for almost all women, because what men want to be in a sexless relationship? And then so that's like telling a guy, hey, you have to commit to me, protect, provide, demonstrate that you're a husband, and then I'll give you something that girlfriends give their boyfriend.
Sexless relationship. That's not what the thing said. It didn't say would you be in a sexless relationship. It said commit to her.
Exactly. That's a sexless committing to a relationship without sex.
Yeah, it's a sexless relationship by definition.
You got to be batshit crazy to do that.
No, you're not signing up for a sexlessness.
No, you are committing to a relationship that has no sex in it.
No. Okay, so this is how I understood it, you guys. This is how I understood it. Was that I'm going to commit to you. A commitment is a real thing. Like that means that we like each other, and I have to commit to you before having sex. How long is that process?
How long you need to know if you like her?
So then I'm gonna just lie to you and commit to you so I can start having sex? Because I thought you were talking about like, no, I'm saying guys would do that, but I'm not gonna do that. Like but I'm just saying like.
What I'm saying is you should be able to tell if you like her personality and if you like being around her. And then when you guys actually cross that bridge after you have committed to her, you could tell her what you like and dislike.
You lost me.
Okay, that's easier. That's easier. Okay, I can respect that. Okay, I thought you were like married. Like,
I can't go to Benz dealership and be like, oh, I'm gonna get a S500, buy it off the lot, and then bring it back and like, no. As a matter of fact, I do want the rims. I do want heated massage seats. I do want the little incense shit they put in there. I do want the extended.
Why can't you tell her what you want?
Because what we want to do is have sex to know that it's worth being with you. That matters.
It does.
Like, you don't think you can mold her into what you want?
No, I'm not. I'm 40 years old. I'm not trying to teach nobody how to sleep.
At this point in life, it is not worth the energy.
And then listen, all of that. Listen, look at it this way. A lot of men, the men that you want, feel like getting with us is a privilege. So understanding that, right? And we have put ourselves in a position to feel that way. So for you to get with us and then be underqualified in anything and think that we're supposed to commit to that is wild.
So basically you're saying virgins are penalized. You guys on the one hand are saying you should keep yourself pure.
No, we're not saying
we don't want you to be on the block, but then if she does keep herself pure, then she's not any good because
you're mixing a lot of things here.
No, you're mixing a lot. A man that wants a virgin still pisses on his nuts. So like that's the reason why he wants a virgin. It's a logistics issue for him. What? But for the rest of us, we just don't want you ran through. We have no problem with you having past relationships, with a guy or two or three. But once you get on the average of sleeping with 1.4 men a year and you 40, that's 30 men.
You say you don't want her to be run through, but what if a guy says, I want to test drive to see if I like it? And he goes, this is a Camry. I'm more of a Nissan guy. Now she's that's
how the game goes.
I'm more of an SUV guy, and she's more of a station guy. Now
the SUV guys are the ones that want virgins. I mean, but you have to just look at it for the whole, like the fact that 80% of women reproduce and 40% of men don't. It's a
so real quick. So Yonci.
Because both situations they were like, no sex. I want to be with you. One proposed without having sex with me. So
I mean, the sunshine.
Yonci. Okay, so we're gonna take myself and you out of this situation. Okay, let's take us out. Okay, so then now with that being the case is that the average woman, I think everybody on this panel I'm probably the youngest one here. I'm 35, right? Do we expect anybody? Yeah. Oh yeah, I thought you knew that already. I was like, but okay, yeah. So at 35, say it again.
Did you have to be home at a certain time?
See.
You're wild. So nobody my age is a virgin, and even if I was shooting low, right? Like let's say I'm shooting at 25, most girls aren't virgins there. So when you would ask the question, my mind already thought was to commit to somebody, to ask the average man, and not me, but to ask the average man to go and try to have a level of commitment to a woman, which I'm thinking not boyfriend and girlfriend. I'm thinking like engagement, that like something like really serious and substantial, which I'm thinking is at least 4 months to get to a point where I'm thinking about getting engaged and stuff like that. To ask him to wait 4 months to have sex, I don't think in this atmosphere be as realistic. Not saying it's not possible, because I could see myself potentially, because I'm not thirsty for sex like that. I could see my situation being like, I might commit to that woman before I do that, but I don't think the average man would do that. That's why I take myself out of the conversation, is that most men.
And I don't think the average man should commit to an average woman that way anyway. Like you gotta, it's Beyonce. You just gotta be one of them rare ones. But 4 months.
It's kind of It's interesting. That's an interesting thought.
Why do you think people got married so quickly back in the day and people weren't smashing? Because they
but that's why. But that was back in the day. That shit don't work now.
I would be a senior citizen back then. Like, think about that.
Yeah.
It only takes 9 weeks to take a civilian off the street and to turn him into one of the most lethal killing machines in the United States Marines. For a woman to think that a man is supposed to wait 3-4 months to have sex when they clearly like each other, or then commit to him without what? That's like taking a job and not knowing the salary. Who's doing that?
You are crushing the heart of the virgins out here. What
virgins do you have on your platform, Yonci?
Literally, you're commenting right
they're
now.
not virgins.
No. Okay, Yonci.
Special gift. No, all that free sex they had in their life before this, now all of a sudden they want to rewrap their box. Come on,
we're not talking about born again virgins.
Okay. So
who's a virgin in the chat right now?
She literally just commented. She's been commenting.
Okay, but Yonci, as a whole, I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that to have that question, I thought was really interesting because the vast majority of your people are probably within, I'm guessing the average age is probably like close to 40, like 37 to 40. A lot of them have had kids. A lot of them, if they haven't had kids, have had long-term relationships. So there's probably a very, very, very small subset of people who haven't done anything, and that's okay. And they will find someone special. But as a whole, to say that you're going to withhold sexual activities until a commitment has happened, to come from the man side, that has to be a very carefully curated question, because that was just interesting for you to drop that. I was like, ooh, interesting. So,
we can absolutely date and not have sex, but there's absolutely positively no commitment without there being intercourse happening.
Okay, so here's my question for that. Playing devil's advocate, and I said this, and everyone crucified me. So if a woman goes
She's been doing a lot of devil in the night, y'all. Go ahead, keep going, y'all. Just keep going.
If a woman goes on a date and they're together, a month, he's like, oh my God, it's more than enough time to have sex. They have sex. He decides he doesn't want to commit to her. Boom, there's that guy. Now you have the next. She's like, okay, a couple months later, she meets another guy. He wants to sleep with her because he has to test it out. That's another. If she dates like 4, that's only one every 4 months. If she's letting guys test drive, that's 4 a year.
Wait.
So kind of back to what we were saying about Paul earlier. At some point, she's going to have to check herself on the choices that she's making if that's continuing to happen.
The average is 1.4
she
people
can't
a year.
Control the guy choosing her.
Yes, she can.
He might be a great guy, and he's not
absolutely
choosing her.
Can. And then 4 dudes in a year is almost 300% of the average of what women sleep with. So if she's moving that fast, she's already lost anyway.
Yeah.
How is she moving fast? If in January she meets the guy and they're dating for a month, she holds out for at least a month. February they have sex, and then he's like, I just don't think we're a great fit. Then she waits 2 whole months, meets a new dude.
I'm gonna get.
The way that she's moving fast is, Yonci, the average woman sleeps with 1.4 people a year. You just said she sleeps with 4 in 1 year. She's 300%.
No, because you're saying that she has to sleep with the guy she's dating.
No.
No.
The part that you're missing is then also we're talking about if she's dating average dudes, then cool, she can play that waiting game. But we're talking about women who have access to the men they actually want to date. Because the men you want to date, you want to sleep with too.
That's not about her not wanting to. Women always want to sleep with the guy too. They just know that there are going to be emotional repercussions if they do, so they choose not to.
I will give you.
Loins aren't burning. What I'm saying is, you guys are saying you're darned if you do and darned if you don't.
No.
Be able to smash, and then if we do smash, now you're a whore. If we
No.
don't smash, you shouldn't expect commitment.
Wait a minute,
You
you're a
got a whole
fraud.
bunch of smashing for money. Or like,
You don't have to sleep with everyone that you date.
The body
Wait.
count.
You don't have to
you don't
sleep
have
with
to
everyone
sleep with
that you
everybody
date.
you date. That's
And
what
you don't have
women
to be
love.
committed to everyone that you date either.
Exactly. So I'm gonna give you a situation, Yonci. So I'm on Yonci's platform. Cool chick, 82. I'm here, right? I'm trying to live my better life. I go to one of your classes, 8 weeks. I learn how to be the greatest woman ever. Cool. So I'm dating. I'm going and I'm talking to guys. I might be talking to 3 or 4 guys. One particular one piques my interest. We're going to continue to talk. She's clear across the country, let's say, like, or he's clear across the country. He wants to come up and meet. I'm going to meet him. We're going to engage with each other. And at some point during that time, he's going to either decide, I think this is really the one, or this might be like a person I want to deal with. I might feel that I'm the girl at this point. I might feel that too. That might happen twice in a year. We should have a good enough vetting process as a woman once you've gone through your classes and you've lived enough life to know that I could date multiple people, but the person I decide that I kind of like and I think there could be a particular situation with, I'm going to do that. You don't become a hoe with that. I think that's how most guys are thinking it's going to go, is that you're going to vet out you're going to vet the situations. He is cool. He's cool. He's cool. He's really cool. Okay. Okay.
That's
but you're not sleeping.
1 quarter out of 4 months. I'm talking to different guys, and one guy comes up, and I'm like, I'm really intrigued by him. We seem like we have a lot in common. We seem like a great chemistry.
I don't think, but that's what I'm saying, Yonci. I don't think that's a lot of dating.
It's committing to 4 different dudes in a year. Like, you have 4 relationships in 1 year. Like, again,
no, they're not relationships because you won't commit. I'm saying dating. If you're dating, you're getting to know multiple people, and out of all those people, one guy stands out, and you're like, this guy seems pretty cool, but you know what? He's got to blow my back out before he can decide. So you sleep with him.
No. But Yonci, can I? Okay, I'm a man. Like, I'm good. Look, okay.
Story.
Okay, so listen. Look at me. Look at my dating situation. I could talk to 4 or 5 women in a year. I would maybe sleep with one. If I'm doing that and I have big testosterone in me, I don't think women should be dating at a clip that I'm talking to 12 or 15 different dudes. That means that you're not good at vetting. You should be picking the cream of the crop, and then after that, you should find 1 or 2 that you think could really be something. And then at that point, by the time I've had sex with somebody, like, this is probably going to be a thing, or I've already decided it was a thing. So I don't think women should be. You talk to a lot of people, you date less of those people, and then you having sex with them should almost be a situation that, hey, more than likely this is going to be the type of person. That's how I imagine it going in my head for the average woman who's, let's say, coming off your platform, if that's the case. Like, there's some people who are abstinent, of course, I get that, but I don't think you should be sleeping with more than 2 people in a year. Let's say a third happens or something. Cool, gotcha. But like, I think that seems more like it, because that's kind of how I go. Like, I'll talk to 4 women, I'll talk to multiple women, maybe date 4, and then I'll probably have sex with 1. And if I had sex with her, I thought that she really was something. That sounds fair?
It sounds complicated.
That sounds easy to me. Life was great.
Agree.
You agree? Oh, look at her. She's just like angel in the air. Where you at? I can see your face.
I think the brother says something really profound about you don't sleep with everybody you dating, and commit to everybody you seeing. Like, you got to have a lot more discernment. Like, I'm from the school of, you want to wait till marriage, wait till you have some type of commitment. I did my best to do that. I fell a little bit short. I went as long as I could, but I don't sleep with every woman that I meet or date or whatever. Like, there's some discernment I got to have there. And I think what we're finding, what maybe this is the issue with some of the women, is they're just leading with sex and getting caught up or getting their feelings hurt. Like, you take the time. I don't know. Dating's kind of messed up right now, man. And I'm gonna say this coming from where I am in life. I find myself respectfully turning down more sex at this point in life than I did before, as I've gotten older.
Yep.
Straight. Like, I'm women. Like, there are some women, like, just being transparent. I'm no type of big player. I've never been one. I have women, they come over like, look, what the heck? Look, what you trying to do? Like, no discernment, no commitment, and they just want to smash.
Yep.
And I just don't get that. It feels like at a certain age, like the script kind of flips, and I just find women that they're not discerning anymore. Like it's just
age, the women they start to have the not testosterone, but the hormone levels of a 20-year-old boy.
No,
not giving that as a excuse, but I will say this, ladies who are watching, this is a great time to do a PSA. If you are just getting to know a guy, you're only a couple weeks in.
Don't give it up.
You're only a couple months in. Don't give it up, because the guys are saying you should really only sleep with one guy a year, and that's being generous. So if you think about it, I can only sleep with one a year.
This advice doesn't work for all women, though, Yonci. We're not. See,
ladies, do you see what I'm saying?
Oh, no. Yeah,
she didn't repeat what we said.
Yeah.
Okay, Jacob, did I not give you guys? I gave you a platform. I gave you the formula. The formula was good. That's the formula I'm using. I'm not giving anybody, like, I'm just saying you talk to a lot, you date fewer, and then you have, I'm sure you have some old work that you revisit, and he be cleaning up the undercarriage sometimes. It's the same dude. You keep on going back to him. So I'm saying is that, like, no, you just have to be more discerning. Not say, like, one or two guys a year. Yeah, let's say, oh, you went crazy, you had a third new guy. But more than likely, this should be one or two.
As a woman,
yes,
the amount of men who are pressed for sex and will make it sound like you are an alien with a third eye, two heads, and a purple face if you refuse to have sex. The thing that your male counterparts will say that will make it seem like, oh my God, that's just the weirdest. We're grown, we're adults. What's the big deal? Clearly, there's chemistry. I'm feeling you, you're feeling me. I've heard it all. I'm saying, ladies, you consistently hear from the men. If you are intimate with more than one or two a year, that is considered undesirable. So if you are on a date with a guy and he is pressing you for sex, run the other way.
Yes.
Because the same guys are saying we are going to look at a woman a certain way if she's just smashing Tom, Dick, and Harry. So if you're with a Tom, Dick, and Harry and he ain't your one for the year.
And why are you entertaining every time?
If they press for sex,
exactly.
You can't level anyway.
Yeah.
If they're pressed for sex, that's the wrong maturity level anyway.
Exactly.
The majority of them are pressed for sex. Like,
this advice also shouldn't take this advice if it matches your circumstances. I'll just say that. I can't.
And to be honest, Yonci, going back to, let's talk about this discernment and this sifting through and just being more selective, is that if you did all this work on yourself, right? Supposedly you go to a therapist, you do all this other kind of stuff. The whole purpose of doing that is to uplift yourself and have more value. So if you have higher value, shouldn't you be more selective?
It took me 8 years to even date a guy.
That way you're not turned on by every foreign man that you see.
You said the V word. You said the V word again. The V word.
Hey, Jacob, I see you.
Foreign.
Both sides need to understand that the V word is subjective to the person with the leverage. If you're just trying to have a sexual relationship, the woman has the leverage there. If you're trying to have an exclusive marriage, the man has a relationship there. So if you feel that you're worth A, B, and C, and the men that you want don't also view you as that, you're probably not worth that. So you just have to have realistic expectations about how you value yourself and what value you bring to the men that you want.
And here's what women not telling you. There are a lot of women out here just giving it away and getting mad when it don't go that way. Yep. Like this whole thing about there are some men who are scheming and doing what they got to do. But that's not everybody. And I think some women think they just do this it's gonna flip the script in some way. And there's still a lot of women that think that way.
Oh yeah, they're leading with sex like some men are leading with money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then last thing I'll just say about this is that, like, even back to the situation where we saw before, like, what would make a man abandon his family and all that other kind of stuff is like, would you even want to be with a man? Like, because I think some of the comments I got into that, like, would you even want to be with the type of guy who presses you for stuff? Would you even want to be with a guy who's pressed for that? Would you even want to be with a guy who doesn't have that level of personality? Would you even want to be with that kind of guy? So, like, there's no woman that I know that, like, actively dates who doesn't have, like, not a lot, but like a decent amount of people come across their path if their page isn't locked or something like that. Like, they have an open page, and they're active in the group. So go through those guys, pick a couple that you like, and then see who kind of fits the lifestyle that you're trying to have, and that who you match with, energy wise, kind of like what Willie was saying, is like, and it has maybe similar lifestyle aspirations and goals. And then from there, like I said, you pick a couple. I'm sure you have old work in the back that if you need to scratch an itch, go use him. You won't add to your body count. God bless you. Like, yo, but I'm just saying, like, there's no reason for you to always have to feel pressed to do anything. Every woman, like Jacob said, I have to turn away more than I actively go after to seek. Like, to be honest, you got to give it to me. I'm not even pressed. You want a guy like that. You don't want to, you should be trying to offer it to me in like, hey, I really like you. You really like me. Let's participate in this beautiful, activity together.
I think that's a conversation for the women, y'all, to have. The sisterhood, the next time y'all get together, have this conversation and talk about this. Like, how are y'all dealing with this? You're hearing from men. Nobody on this panel is out here scheming for to get the next chick.
I'm not trying to get a morsel. I'm not trying to get a morsel of coochie. Like, I'm really not. I promise. Like,
just a taste.
Can we also tell people to stop trying to treat sex like it's some value loaded exchange in a man's favor if he's awarded to it? Like, your vagina doesn't mean anything without a penis.
Hold on. That's a slippery slope. I feel you can't say that and then say it's a knock against a woman. There is value to it because it's valuable if she doesn't give it up. So if it's valuable when she doesn't give it up, it also has to be valuable when she.
We're talking about the decision point that you're going to give it to a man. Like, just because you give a guy some vagina doesn't mean that he owes you anything but an orgasm.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, just because you gave me some coochie, I don't owe you money. I don't owe you a faster response time. I don't owe you a trip or any of the other stuff. Like, your vagina doesn't mean no more valuable than my penis is.
If he should not have any difference in his interaction with you post-sex,
yep,
I would recommend that her legs stay closed.
The sex.
Why? Because he had to demonstrate that value before he had sex in the first place. So he should have been doing those things.
Would not be the determining factor.
Yeah, the sex is just
100%. Yeah.
So I agree that the sex should not be the determining factor. What I'm saying is, I think that if he is given that level of access, there should be differences. I don't think it should remain the same as someone that she's just dating before. So I agree with that.
It should change before he gets that access.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm a virgin.
me too.
Yeah.
It's an exclusive club, but I'm proud to be part of it.
I am to that line.
Had immaculate conception. Yeah.
I adopted mine, so.
Yeah.
Watch them see this video and they be like, "What?
Am I adopted for real?" You gonna end up like bro in the comment, kids that he found out later on weren't his.
Hey.
Of course, adopted.
Hey, real quick, so seriously, right? We should bar that lady from being eligible for any of your services because you should not help trifling people find love. They don't deserve it.
I don't know if he's just talking about his experience that her question triggered, or if that's actually him.
I don't. That would be really interesting. I have found this though, Yonci.
She said she doesn't know him. She said she doesn't know him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think.
That's what
I was just saying. Yeah, I was saying these situations they come around a lot.
That ain't me in the video, Your Honor.
Of course she's gonna say she don't know him. Of course she's gonna say she don't know
R. Kelly.
It ain't me in the video, Your Honor. I don't know who that is. That's my twin.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Of course, like who gonna admit to that? And we done already pointed out that she didn't bathe and was giving her coochie away to somebody else too. Come on now.
Yes, I don't think she'd be replying. Oh yeah, that was me.
Yeah, who was gonna
I'm standing on business.
lie to you all the time.
Look, I'm standing on business.
No, taking the business.
Yeah, my bad. That was me. Yeah. That's crazy.
Hey, this Baltimore game is crazy. 1 inch inside of the pause.
So Yonci, are we gonna like, we gotta really try to do something for these young men who are coming in here and need to like be more presentable? Because I'm telling you, I think that's a bag that you. So when they come to you and they're like, yo, I've been hitting the girls up, and you tell them like, yo, you're not quite up to par, and he's like, what? Like what? Then you go put the link in the bio, or you put the link right there. You hit them with that, and like, listen, I can get you right. You know, I really think that you should do something like that, because there's a lot of us that needed that. Like even myself, like at one point was like, you know what? I got to do better. I got to do a little bit better.
He gets
It will depend on the person's level of receptiveness, because as we have seen, not everyone is receptive.
Hey. Now he gets a lot. He got a lot of flack for this before he died, but that's how Kevin Samuels actually started out. He would go after me and be like, look, you need to look. I remember watching one of his first videos. He was like, look, what do you have in your car? Like, do you have a jack? Can you have a flashlight? Can you change a tire? Like, he would be going in on me and saying, this is what you need to do. A lot of people didn't catch on to him until he started going after, talking about the women. But early on, he would be, him and Ron Mills and those guys would be talking about, like, do you own a suit? Like, do you know how to bathe? You know how to pick a cologne? Stuff like that. That was really important. So I don't hear a lot about it anymore, but that's how he started out. Might not be a bad idea, because apparently if we showing up and we looking like trash, and posting, and the women, if the women giving us feedback like we giving them feedback, maybe we do need to pause and take a look at that. So
can I say there's something about a tailored suit on a guy? Oh my goodness. The guy, has that one good tailored suit. I mean, just leave it at that.
Every now and then if you are dating somebody seriously, like you gotta get dressed up and take them somewhere.
Every now and again.
Hey,
can we do those? Can we start doing those? Like maybe at another time we have like little soirees and stuff like that where we can like eat from charcuterie boards and like talk about like the late. I would love to like have a reason to go and do something like that. Like, just like laugh. I don't know, just do cool stuff. I think it would be incentivizing.
You should come to my event in November.
Yes, we are.
Do you have a date?
Yes,
November, or is it super secret for
November? Oh, go ahead.
It is in November, and the specifics. It's the beginning of November, but the specifics.
What did I do? Did I do something wrong? What did I?
No, so it's for the patrons, but a few people are going to be allowed to come in if we have any spots.
I got you, Jacob. Your broke ass can't come. I got it. All right.
I invited the men on the panel, and even if you wanted to bring a +1, you could, but you got to DM me because we are on a public platform.
Okay.
So, is there going to be an Airbnb
I don't like
house?
Nobody enough to bring them. I have to have somebody there.
No, you can bring a +1 if you wanted to bring a +1.
Jacob, if you come to the event, Jacob, I guarantee you leaving with something.
Terrible.
Ooh. Oh, look at him.
Oh man.
Oh, he just left something.
So Yonci, is there gonna be like a Airbnb house?
Oh, we're
what type of
I forgot last week. No, there will absolutely not be.
Yo, Jacob, did we ever get the sign up for the trip?
She's like,
oh, y'all talking about the trip with your homegirl? Because
I didn't get the message. She never sent me anything.
She never sent you not a link? Not the link?
Nothing. I think it's
Dang.
false advertising.
You would get black light.
Blast. But listen, you know the trip got to be on some other stuff because Yonci and Monte ain't going.
Yeah.
Right. I want no parts of that trip. Stay my
Well,
butt.
Yeah, you guys kept me from a lot of stuff. I really appreciate last week because I literally was like, I did not know any of this. I had some friends that like had invited me on something, and I was like, dang, imagine if I would have went there and I would have seen some stuff.
And you wouldn't be the pure Cam that you are now, you know?
No, I wouldn't have participated. You know, my snatch away game is strong.
No, I was scarred from the visuals. I didn't need to participate. I was scarred.
But no, just seeing like my man's girl like there and like people doing stuff with her, it just be weird because it's like she'd be passing me stuff. I'd be thinking she making a pass at me. You know, it's like weird stuff. Like, you know, later on, just whatever. So thank y'all. I appreciate the education.
If you ever think a woman is making a pass at you and you want to be sure, get naked. Her response will tell you everything you need to know.
But she's already. But let's say if I was at the Airbnb house and she was already like I said, doing that, and then like afterwards, it's, you know, we're at a regular restaurant. She passing me the salt, and I'm thinking she make a pass at me. She might actually be making a pass at me. I just always have that in my brain, so now I have to go to therapy. Cost me
passing
money.
you salt is not a pass. If she's passing you the substance that looks like salt, it's probably a pass.
Oh, that perico? That's crazy.
She caresses your finger all the way down the end, maybe.
Yeah. Like if you try to grab something and she grab your elbow,
she over here underneath like this.
Hey.
Oh, she just linger.
I'll do that. So, and I appreciate like when my woman understands what that means. So, because most people don't know like what the, you know, stroking the palm means or whatever. So I kind of appreciate that when they catch up to it.
Are we gonna have like any? Are you gonna add any extra events like as like, you know, like because I have a marketing plan for you in my brain and I'm like, we blow this thing up. Are we gonna start doing like balloon popping things and like little scenario? Like we gonna start doing all that kind of stuff?
She's popping no balloon on me, God darn it.
We do have activities planned.
Okay.
What I need to do, because the women are like, yeah, the women are on it. They already got their, you know, stuff squared away. We just need to get the men to commit.
I was just gonna say.
We're gonna feed y'all. We got.
You know, men don't commit without.
They lost some coochie. They got. First class.
Please have a morsel of coochie, ma'am. Just a morsel.
Could you
Just a morsel, just a crumb, just a
crumb of coochie.
Smidgen, rather.
Just a smidgen, rather.
Many men who have committed at all. Like how many compared to the other? How many men have committed?
It's majority. I will say it's majority women so far, and I am working on the guys. Well, from Patreon, it's majority women. However, there are men who have RSVP'd who are outside of Patreon.
Yeah, I'm saying
we're pulling our resources.
Are you advertising on Yonster Nation?
Yes, I have been telling people on Yonster Nation. Although I need to push more.
I'm trying to run off the
funny do the Zoom mingle, and that's virtual. So I'm like,
I'm trying to run off the funny looking ones, Kaylee. So don't worry, I'm trying to help you out. But I will say that since the location is somewhere that I'm near and dear, my friend group will be in attendance. So I will at least promise you that you guys will have overly qualified options. Yeah.
And I know I believe Paul said he's planning to come.
He's trying to. You saw what happened in Atlanta or whatever that school is in Georgia.
Paul. Yeah.
Oh man.
So I was going to ask you real quick, Yonci. So with this, have you like what things have you done to try to entice the men to come? Like, is there a brunch with fedoras and brunch boots? Like, what are we like? Have you advertised anything?
So she said that she was going to let me host the opening ceremony. I just had to pick a strip club to do it. So that's how.
Is it going to be the Acropolis? Oh no, we're in Dallas, right? That's going to be crazy.
No, we're definitely not going to that. We're going to go somewhere swanky where you can say get titties and tacos.
They have tacos at the strip club now?
Bro, what? Carne asada tacos are fire. And we got a tamale lady outside, I heard.
That's funny.
Hey, I haven't been to a strip club since 2023.
That's what I'm saying. I ain't been in a minute. Like
It's been a
It's
while.
like it's like going to buffet and can't eat. So that's why I don't frequent.
Oh, in Dallas you can eat. You gotta pay for it.
Oh, that is a wild statement. That's
I
crazy.
would much rather have my girl and then pay her to strip
Absolutely.
at home. Like she might take the money and at least buy breakfast the next morning for me or something.
Because
I'd
the
rather-
other one,
She might.
Yeah, she might. You know what I'm saying? Like I'd much rather take the ones and give it to her, and then, you know, I might get lucky at the end of the night. Like, but I don't. Yeah, going to
and
the
a little-
strip club is just like
That's a big gamble.
But Jacob, if you do come in town though, like I will personally guarantee that you have a good time outside and inside of the event.
You guys have to come. Now you see you have to come.
Like,
I'll
yeah,
like staples from the
The
show.
whole
Yeah, y'all
panel has to
come.
come.
I'm
What
not
are
gonna
we
be able to make the one in
talking about?
November.
The whole panel has to come.
The whole panel needs to be reunited.
If
Yeah.
any of y'all come, I will show you around personally, and we'll, you know, I'll get a sprinter or something for us. Well,
Can
I'm
we
not
go to
riding.
the swap meet? Because I liked being over there. They had some good stuff. I was gonna go to the swap meet, the old barbecue joints down over there. I love Dallas. I went everywhere.
Dallas.
But you got
Last time I was there
bulletproof,
was at the
Listen, I
Lost
think
Parole
there needs to
Museum.
be-
It's been a minute.
Yeah, Cam, you're not bulletproof, so no, I'm not taking you to Big T Bazaar, bro.
You know what's crazy?
I was definitely in the hood in Dallas. I was going everywhere. We went to the Grambling game. We went to the Grambling and Fairview game. It was fire.
Like, what are you
You
doing?
know what is crazy?
No, Cam, I'm not taking you over there.
The show, we ran out of time. You guys, it has been so much fun.
See how this went?
I even gave you one extra minute on the house. But it has been so great. I have loved having you guys. I hope you have a wonderful time, that we'll see all your beautiful faces back here next week. If you stuck around, this is kind of like the movies where you wait for the credits to end. Cussing me out backstage. She said, "Y'all, we made it." But
Wait a
no,
minute. What are we doing here? Wait.
we're like, good night. For real, good night.